exhibition in the house which is very close from here, 79 Holland Park Avenue. There is an exhibition of Ukraine stamps organized by Ukraine Youth Association, and there are some very interesting exponents I think you will enjoy. This is today until 9 o'clock in the night, and tomorrow from 12 to 9 o'clock in the night. So you are all invited to be there if you have a bit time. And also, those who would like to be tomorrow at the Mass, there will be Catholic Mass in the house 79 Holland Park at 11 o'clock in the morning. Please, 11 o'clock in the morning for those who would like to be present at the Mass. There will be in the house 79 Holland Park. And there in the same house is the exhibition. And those who would like actively protest, we have a demonstration at 2 o'clock in front of Soviet Russian embassy. I hope there will be lots of Afghan representatives, Vietnamese, they are strong here. Some other groups are very strong here, Poles, Turkestani, Croatians, Latvians, Ukrainians. I hope we will be very numerous at 2 o'clock in front of the Soviet Russian embassy. Honorable John Wilkinson, would you kindly come here because we have to start?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if we can resume, I would like on your behalf to welcome Mr. William Murphy, who is our next speaker. You will see on the program, he is the Director of the Radio Free Europe Research and Analysis Department. Mr. Murphy is a native of Lowell, so I hope to know where that is, holds advanced degrees from the Institut der Politischen Wissenschaften of the University of Munich and the University of Notre Dame. Is that in Canada? Notre Dame? Indiana. He has an MA in Soviet and East European Studies, 1968, and his doctorate in 1975. His dissertation was entitled Karl Marx's Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of State, a translation and commentary. At various times from 1963 to 1972, Mr. Murphy taught foreign languages, French, German and Russian, as well as philosophy at a number of American universities. In 1976, while a Nearhart Fellow at Harvard University, he wrote a monograph entitled The Conceptual Basis of Henry Kissinger's Foreign Policy. From 1976 to June 1984, Mr. Murphy was employed by the United States government as an analyst of Soviet military doctrine and strategic programs. In June 1984, Mr. Murphy joined Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty as senior foreign policy analyst with Radio Liberty Research. Since January 1985, he has served as director, Radio Free Europe Research. Mr. Murphy.
Thank you most kindly, President and Mrs. Stecько, the Honorable Messrs. Wilkinson and Filipsky, members of Parliament, members of the Presidium, delegates to the European Freedom Council and the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to be here and to express my gratitude for your warm hospitality. Let me convey the greetings of a number of people known to you from Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, Incorporated in Munich. Ambassador Frank Shakespeare in Portugal asked me to convey his warm greetings to this meeting, as did Senator James Buckley, who very much wished to be giving this address this evening, but who is in the process of moving back to the United States, where he is going to be a judge in the Second Circuit Court of Appeals in Washington, D.C. And finally, George Bailey, the former director of Radio Liberty, and someone known to you, a favorite son, Mr. George Urban, the director of Radio Free Europe, all send their very warmest regards. This evening I'd like to say a few words about the structure of Soviet disinformation and psychological warfare. A few words about the connection between what you are calling at this conference the low and the high frontiers, and finally give you some insight into how we try and respond to our target audiences, the 21 services to whom we broadcast behind the Iron Curtain, in explaining and making the case to the captive nations on behalf of President Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative. Western Europe, I hardly need to say, continues to be the major target for Soviet disinformation efforts in psychological warfare. In recent years, these efforts have been aimed at the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and more recently still at President Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative. Until the 1950s, the term desinformatia was used in the Soviet Union to refer to activities which they now call active measures. The term active measures itself is a literal translation from the Russian aktivные мероприятия. That's the name which is officially given to Service A, the organization in the KGB's first chief directorate, the Soviet Overseas Intelligence Arm, which is responsible for the covert element of active measures. As the Soviets use this concept, active measures covers a broad range of covert activities and deceptive practices, including spreading false or misleading information, media manipulation, the use of local communist parties, communist front groups, agents of influence, and other operations aimed at promoting Soviet foreign policy goals while undercutting those of Moscow's opponents, chiefly the United States. Perhaps the most important characteristic of the Soviet active measures program is its very high degree of centralization and integration. There are three basic organizations responsible. Each of these organizations pursues its own programs, but these programs are carefully orchestrated and integrated into an overall campaign. The Soviet Communist Party's International Information Department, which was established in 1978 under the directorship of Leonid Zamyatin, largely as a response to the quickness with which the United States, in the arms control talks, throughout the 1970s was able to respond to public and press questioning about the progress in the talks. This International Information Department is responsible for developing and overseeing the implementation of Soviet media campaigns. This department plays a decisive role in deciding what aspects of Soviet policy to discuss openly and how to present those aspects to various international publics. I happened to see the first evening here in London, the BBC did a very excellent reportage on Soviet television today. And Mr. Vladimir Posner, who speaks flawless American English, was a guest on this program. And he had an answer for everything, except for the question posed by one of the journalists as to whether the Soviet public was informed about the nature and the extent of the Soviet program in strategic defense. And of course he professed complete ignorance about any such program and denied that there was one in the Soviet Union, as they regularly do. But in doing so, Mr. Posner was taking his directives from guidances which are prepared by this International Information Department and which are circulated on a regular basis to all Soviet media personalities, press, radio, television, and public speakers as well. The principal task of this International Information Department is to present Soviet views to a variety of international publics, and to counter the free flow of information generated by Western media. Soviet officials frequently write for the international press, travel to the West, offer propaganda lectures as well as interviews, and address meetings of International Communist Front organizations. A second organ of the Communist Party, the International Department of the Central Committee, under its chief, Boris Ponomaryov, coordinates the activities of the various front groups and bilateral friendship societies, as well as the role of non-ruling foreign communist parties and foreign revolutionary groups. Finally, the third organization which plays a critical role in Soviet active measures is Service A of the KGB, which provides covert support to Soviet disinformation efforts. And that support takes the form of covert, that is to say, falsely attributed propaganda, including oral and written disinformation, forgeries, and agent of influence operations. Since much has been in the press in recent years because of a much more intensified Western campaign to publicize Soviet activities in these areas, I'm sure I don't have to define these terms for you. The process of active measures begins in the Central Committee of the Soviet Communist Party, where disinformation themes and campaigns are conceived. The task of executing these campaigns falls to a variety of agencies. The official press organs, Pravda, Izvestia, but also other press organs, TASS, Novosti, the international wire services, Soviet press attachés in foreign capitals, and the KGB. Foreign communist parties and front organizations are asked to plant and circulate false stories in the local media. Some journalists are paid by the KGB to disseminate the Soviet line. Others don't need to be paid because they are sympathetic to Soviet goals. Both in the developed and the developing worlds, the KGB has actually come to own local newspapers without the knowledge of the local reading public. Overall, it has been reliably estimated that some 15,000 people in Moscow alone work in the active measures program, whether in a full or part-time capacity. And conservative estimates of the cost of the program in United States terms range from $3 to $4 billion a year. Like all forms of warfare, psychological warfare has its own individual campaigns, unique tactics, and strategic goals. Some themes or campaigns are universal, such as the continuing campaigns to denigrate the United States, promote the concept of nuclear-free zones throughout the world, except in the Soviet bloc, of course, and identify the United States with oppressive policies and governments in Africa, the Middle East, and Central America. For understandable reasons, Soviet campaigns have been causing the most problems in the Third World, where there is not as sophisticated a press corps as there is in the West, where frequently the governments are not sophisticated, and where rumors can be more easily spread and are correspondingly more difficult to disprove. Western Europe, the area of primary concern, certainly to many of the people at this conference, is a major target for Soviet activities. The principal target of Soviet active measures in Europe has been the NATO alliance, and its top priority at the moment is to stop or limit President Reagan's strategic defense initiative. The Soviet campaign against the strategic defense initiative has been aimed at frightening NATO allies into believing that SDI means the withdrawal of the United States nuclear umbrella, which for decades has protected Western Europe from Soviet nuclear blackmail. The anti-SDI campaign also seeks to encourage European and American anti-nuclear groups to view the SDI program as threatening an increase in the nuclear arms race, when in fact the program promises to do the opposite. Most recently, the campaign has moved into the economic arena, raising fears of a brain drain from Europe if the United States begins to spend heavily on strategic defense initiative research. There is a very close, and I would say fateful link between the themes of this conference, the low and the high frontiers, psychological warfare, and the strategic defense initiative, and I think it is a compliment to the insight of those who gave this particular conference that theme. Because I am convinced, as I believe many in the present administration in the United States, and many military strategists in the West, that the Western publics will not indefinitely support Western defense policies which explicitly expose them to the catastrophe of nuclear war, which continue to subscribe to the historically amazing thesis that the invulnerability of our populations would be destabilizing, and that the vulnerability of our populations to Soviet rockets would be stabilizing. President Reagan's primary goal in the arms control talks in Geneva, and his primary concern as regards the Strategic Defense Initiative is first to reduce radically the number of those offensive intercontinental ballistic missiles which pose the gravest threat to the West and which are responsible for, or could be responsible in a crisis for a very destabilizing situation. Those intercontinental ballistic missiles based on land are highly reliable, highly accurate missiles which need a scant 30 minutes to traverse continents and land within yards of their appointed targets. Think for a minute what this means for the chief political officer and the commander-in-chief of United States military forces in a crisis, or what it means for the general secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in a crisis. Early warning systems would give instant notification to the chief U.S. military officers and the President of the United States of the launch of a Soviet intercontinental ballistic missile salvo. It would take between 7 and 9 minutes to assess the nature of the attack. How many missiles have been launched? How many warheads on those missiles? According to their flight trajectories, what are the likely targets in the United States? Is this meant to be an all-out nuclear blow? Is it meant to be a limited nuclear attack? What is the precise nature of the threat streaming towards our country? It would take another 7 to 9 minutes for the President to issue his orders to the commanders of the strategic nuclear forces. Those orders have to be issued to the forces, and then they have to be authenticated, which means that they have to go back through military channels, back to the President to make sure that those were the correct orders and the orders of the President himself. Anywhere from 16 to 18 minutes has just elapsed. There are only 12 more minutes before impact. I think you can see from that very brief description of the time constraints which are involved today why it is imperative to push for a radical reduction in the number of these most destabilizing offensive nuclear land-based intercontinental ballistic missiles. A second purpose of the President's Strategic Defense Initiative is to enhance the nuclear deterrent, which has kept the peace in Europe for 40 years. To enhance that deterrence by adding a very considerable measure of uncertainty to any Soviet military planning for a military attack upon the West. A measure of uncertainty which would offset substantially the improvements that have been made in the last 2 decades in the number of missile warheads which can be carried atop these strategic missiles and the great accuracies which they have now attained. A third purpose is to provide at some point in the future a measure protection for civilian populations, not just in the United States, but in those countries here in Europe, with whom we are closely involved and have been since the establishment of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. A fourth purpose, one that is not often spoken about in the West, but a very important purpose, is to give the President options in a crisis other than the option of massive retaliation against the East, which would mean massive, historically unimaginable damage and destruction caused to millions of people, millions of good people, who are hardly responsible for the regimes under which they have been forced to live. This is a theme which I am very concerned about because our task at Radio Liberty, Radio Free Europe, is to speak to precisely those people behind the Iron Curtain. And I want to give you now an example of how we try to speak to them on this particular theme of the Strategic Defense Initiative. And this is raw material for a script that was used only a few weeks ago and broadcast on all 21 of the RFE-RL language services. It began with a brief statement of a major Soviet propaganda theme, which the audiences in our target areas have heard more than once. Soviet propaganda says that the United States' restless search for military superiority over the USSR, its massive buildup of conventional and strategic arms, and its plans to extend the arms race to the heavens, is bringing the world ever closer to the abyss of nuclear disaster. Plans for Star Wars, according to Soviet propaganda, are in particular designed to make it possible for the United States to deliver a first disarming strike on the USSR with impunity. Sound familiar to you, I'm sure. Our response to this, to the people behind the Iron Curtain, runs as follows. The Soviet nuclear war catastrophe propaganda theme is designed to legitimize the USSR domestically and internationally as the sole bulwark of world peace in the nuclear age, and to exacerbate nuclear anxiety in the West. Earlier Soviet attempts to legitimize the regime which emerged in October 1917, first by portraying it as the spark and model of a world revolution, and then as a model of productiveness and economic growth, have exhausted their utility. This third attempt to establish legitimacy and to justify the inordinately huge sums of money spent by the USSR on armaments by presenting Soviet military power as the only force standing in the way of a nuclear conflagration unleashed by world imperialism is both cynical and dangerous. It is cynical because Soviet leaders themselves, no less than their Western counterparts, do not believe that the world is on the brink of nuclear war. There is absolutely no evidence whatsoever that Soviet leaders, for all their bluster and cries of alarm, actually perceive a direct threat to the Soviet Union. I have been, when I worked for the United States government, a participant in some talks with high Soviet officials. And in those private talks, they dismissed very quickly the question, but not for propaganda. Their propaganda reflects tactical foreign policy objectives rather than genuine security concerns. In fact, I might tell you that the only person who strenuously and deeply believed and proselytized in the Soviet Union that the American military rearmament program under President Reagan was directly designed for purposes of direct attack upon Soviet territory was Marshal Nikolai Vasilyevich Bulgakov. And although, of course, it has not been publicized in the Soviet Union, that was one of the major reasons for his removal. And the Soviet nuclear war catastrophe propaganda is dangerous because it gives the USSR a permanent stake in inciting and maintaining a consistently high level of nuclear anxiety in the world, the ultimate consequences of which no one can foresee. At a minimum, the stridency of Soviet war rhetoric required by this scare tactic cannot but serve as a major impediment to relations with the West and cooperation in those limited areas where cooperation is both desirable and possible. Not least, the propaganda campaign is both cynical and dangerous in its consequences for the people behind the Iron Curtain. Soviet propagandists cannot prevent the nuclear war catastrophe theme, which they primarily intend for Western audiences, from blowing back into the USSR and alarming their own domestic public. In December 1983, at what was then the high point of the Soviet campaign charging that deployment of United States intermediate-range nuclear forces in Europe was a prelude, of course, to a first disarming nuclear strike, the anxiety of the population in the USSR had reached such a level that Soviet Defense Minister Dmitry Ustinov was obliged to deliver a calming address to Soviet military veterans in Moscow. That address was very heavily covered by Soviet press and electronic media. And in it, Marshal Ustinov reassured the veterans of earlier wars that the danger of nuclear war should not be exaggerated, and that the Soviet Union had learned the lesson of World War II and now possessed adequate retaliatory power to prevent the outbreak of nuclear war. No nation in the post-war era has spoken more often or more critically of a peace which hangs on the thin thread of a balance of nuclear terror than the Soviet Union. And no nation in the post-war era has more insistently blamed the West, and more particularly the United States, for this state of affairs. Why then do Soviet propagandists now rail against the United States Strategic Defense Initiative? An initiative which offers the prospect of mitigating the degree to which peace rests on the threat of mutual annihilation and could become indistinguishable from the peace of the grave. The sincerity of the Soviets' long-standing campaign against what they call the balance of terror will be judged in the months ahead by their reaction to United States proposals of a possible agreement which would include elements governing reductions of offensive nuclear weapons, strategic defenses, and limits on other nations' ability to obtain nuclear weapons. That is an example of one of the many programs which we broadcast 24 hours a day to the captive nations. And the purpose of that one was to expose the Soviet propaganda and disinformation campaign, both in the West and behind the Iron Curtain, to show how those propaganda campaigns get in each other's way, why they're cynical and dangerous, and above all, to give, in programs like that, the people behind the Iron Curtain some understanding of why their stake in the Strategic Defense Initiative program is no less great than the stake that we in the West have in that program. Because in a moment of crisis, such as I described earlier, faced with those awesome time constraints and pressures dictated by the sheer, compressed period in which fateful decisions have to be made, it is eminently in the interests of people behind the Iron Curtain that Western political leaders have a wider variety of options, a wider variety of more humane options than the option of a massively vengeful strike against innocent people. It's difficult to assess the overall impact of Soviet active measures in the West, for they really aim at and involve a long-term process of erosion. Western Europe, in particular, poses some very specific problems for Soviet activities. Western Europeans form one of the world's most sophisticated and literate audiences and include some of the finest professional journalists and media. They are not easily fooled by the often clumsy attempts that are the hallmarks of active measures elsewhere. Most Western Europeans are also able to see through blatant communist use of front groups, which appear, at least in my view, to have had only limited influence on governmental policy and public opinion in Western Europe. In trying to come to an overall assessment, however, we have to view active measures through Soviet rather than Western eyes. The Soviets take a very long-term view of the utility of active measures operations, and they're not necessarily seeking immediate gains or a big impact from any one operation. One sign of their success, I'm sorry to say, appears to be a widespread tendency in the West to regard the United States, rather than the USSR, as the major cause of world instability and the primary threat to peace, or the equally fashionable cynicism that sees no essential difference between the two countries. That the Soviets themselves place a premium on the cumulative impact of active measures can be deduced from the considerable investment of money and manpower they make in them, and from the constant expansion of their role as a useful foreign policy tool and an important adjunct to the more conventional instruments of statecraft. Thank you very much.
Mr. Murphy, thank you very much indeed for that exceedingly comprehensive and detailed address. You gave us much food for thought, and I think we were all very profoundly struck by the depth of your expertise and the thoroughness of your researches. We've been privileged to hear you this afternoon, and we'll all go back much better equipped to take up the struggle. Before we do that, perhaps we could have a question and answer session and a discussion about your very stimulating remarks. And if you're willing to do so, perhaps you could take the first question. Do we have any questions or observations?
Yes, sir.
Tamosh I mean, it's interesting that in the present circumstances, Soviets manipulate disinformation by the media, particularly radio, press. And does this United States take any measures in present circumstances?
Yes, sir. May I suggest, sorry to interrupt, that you use the microphone and then your remarks will be recorded and they can go in the transcript. And your name and organization, sir.
My name is Tamosh Lithuanian. In the present circumstances, in the high technology, as I see, Soviet Union exploit also the free use of the press, radio, and other media. Seems to me in these circumstances when we advance in the media research on microchips and electronics, is a possibility that this media can be more effectively used by the West to the Soviet Union. For instance, instead of radio, can be initiated by the direct television beam from space.
That we can broadcast more effectively to the Soviet Union, is that what you are?
Initiating different means, for instance, instead of radio, could be initiated by the television in a space, placed in a space, so they can reach a much wider area in Soviet Union, in the populated areas particularly.
Yes. First, let me say a word about the modernization of radio communications to the Soviet Union and the Eastern European countries, and also now to Afghanistan, with the establishment a few weeks ago of Radio Afghanistan and Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty. The Congress of the United States, as you know, is faced with an astounding fiscal deficit. And there have been very few programs reviewed by the Appropriations Committee in the United States Congress in the last year and a half, which have not been cut in some way or another. Notwithstanding that fact, as a measure of the seriousness of the United States government and Congress about communications to the people behind the Iron Curtain, they have supported a $70 million modernization program for radio transmitters to ensure that the kilowatt power of the radio signal, which we are trying to put into our target countries in the face of Soviet jamming, will be sufficiently strong in most instances to overcome that jamming. As to the question of satellite television broadcasts, that is theoretically possible and practically possible now. television programs could very easily be beamed from satellite anywhere on the surface of the globe. As you know, the Soviets have already tried to stake out a position on this matter, and former Foreign Secretary Andrei Andreevich Gromyko at the United Nations hinted that, or said flat out, that attempts to place television programs from satellite into the area of the USSR would be considered hostile interference in the internal affairs of their country, and he hinted at possible direct action being taken against such satellites and such attempts. But this is something which is theoretically possible now. There are people who are very interested and who are working on this, and I would not be surprised if someday in our lifetime the West will challenge the Soviet Union, not just in the ether as we have heretofore, but we will challenge them in a more direct and in a more immediate way through the powerful medium of television. But that is something which exists in the future.
Thank you, sir. Next question.
I am interested in this question.
Could you come up, sir, and use the microphone as we said? We wouldn't like to miss your words being recorded with
Well,
posterity.
I hope you will understand my accent. Well, I am interested in this question, bearing in mind that policy of radio liberty and free Europe is in the end, or in ultimate count, is formulated by the Western public opinion. And the speaker just mentioned the fact that Soviet agents of influence have a free hand in Western countries, and all the agents who implement active measures do influence public opinion. So I am interested whether in the opinion of the speaker adequate measures are taken to protect democracy, to protect public from evil influence of those who are engaged in active measures and who act as agents of influence. And if answer is not, then I would ask him whether we can be of any use with our press, with our as individuals.
A very good question. I would say that until about 6 years ago, the whole question of active measures and disinformation was something discussed only by people who either had direct experience of the influence of these measures from their earlier experiences in countries that are now part of the USSR, and a few scholars of the Soviet Union and Soviet politics. And until 6 or 7 years ago, I would say that most Western media, press and electronic, were largely innocent of the extent of Soviet efforts and the degree to which, in many instances, those efforts had been successful. The KGB indirectly owned one of the major newspapers in Greece. They had an agent of influence writing regularly for a period of 25 years for a journal in France, a little newspaper in France that was read extensively by the political elite in France. They were successful in placing a variety of stories in lesser-known media that were then picked up and replayed by the major Western press. But about 6 or 7 years ago, after consultations between the United States and the NATO members, it was decided to mount a massive effort to counter Soviet active measures. And in Washington, there emerged a coordinated team that did nothing but focus on Soviet active measures and publicize them. And the process was very extensive. All of the Western embassies behind the Iron Curtain, as well as elsewhere, have as one of their top priorities for reporting purposes instances of Soviet active measures. When Mrs. Gandhi was assassinated, and the stories began to emerge that it was the result of an operation by the Central Intelligence Agency, that story was picked up and reported back to Washington. When there were letters that were floated, ostensibly from the Ku Klux Klan, to dissuade certain black athletes from taking part in the Olympics a year or so ago, that was immediately reported back to Washington. From there, those examples of active measures, as well as all of the examples which are discovered through covert means by the Central Intelligence Agency, are pooled together and analyzed by the United States intelligence community, by the State Department, the Defense Department, and put together in a publication after it has been sanitized, so that the sources and methods used to discover Soviet activities in these areas are not betrayed. It is put together in an unclassified report form and published by the State Department on a quarterly basis and sent for distribution to all of our embassies overseas and given a great deal of press play. And I would say, based on my personal experience, that when I first began working in Washington, it was a very depressing thing to see how little was known publicly about the Soviet effort in active measures. But I'm happy to say that with this new intense effort to send briefing teams all around the world to publicize the report in the print and electronic media, that more and more people are savvy, more and more people are aware of Soviet efforts. And it's getting more difficult, we have learned, from some of the defectors from the KGB. It's getting more difficult to place stories in newspapers. It's getting more difficult to use journalists for their purposes. And I think that that can be attributed to the effectiveness of this new public consciousness. But as effective as government action is, it is and only can be a stimulus to private enterprise. The role of citizens in the publics of all of our countries is the grassroots role of explaining to those who may not get the message, who may be naive, exactly how much money, how much time and effort the Soviets invest in these endeavors. That plays a very critical role in public diplomacy and in public information. And the name of the game, if I may use an American expression here in London, the name of the game in recent months and for several months yet to come, as you know, is the low frontier, public diplomacy, the psychological warfare campaign to blunt Soviet efforts and to press offensively our own. Against the back wall, sir?
Could you come to the front, just use the microphone, sir?
Mr. Chairman, ladies and
Just your
gentlemen.
name, sir, just for the record.
Pardon?
Name,
Oh,
name,
Rafaeluk.
Just
Oh.
your name.
Paul Rafaeluk. From Nottingham. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, our speaker mentioned about the psychological warfare, but unfortunately the picture is like this. The Soviet Russians, they launched the psychological and ideological warfare against the West. Their offensive sent the best of communism. But as far as West is concerned, what is happening? The West is always in the offensive. While the Soviet Russians are trying to break the will of the people in the West, in the free democracies, the West, what they are trying to do is not to offend the Soviet Union, not to offend Moscow. Well, I give you one example. The Ukrainians in this country are campaigning for the Ukrainian broadcast to the Ukraine in Ukrainian language since the last war. And one of the foreign ministers, he answered like this, actually not direct, but he said he can't afford to let the Ukrainians broadcast to the USSR, to the 40 million of Ukrainians, because this would offend the friendly country. So it means the friendly country, the USSR. And this is the situation. Nobody expects the Western powers, the United States or Great Britain or the others, to start a nuclear war against the USSR to liberate the enslaved nations. But this can be done from the within of the USSR, if the West was strong enough, has enough will to launch this psychological warfare against the USSR, against the people. For instance, Ukrainians, they are really starving for uncensored news. They want to know, even what we are doing now. Things like this, if they were broadcast live to the Ukraine or the other countries, this would be something like a nuclear bomb within the USSR. But it doesn't go. Anything, even if anything that does go, is so censored that people hardly can understand. When we tried, I personally wrote quite a number of letters to the BBC, and they say, well, it's the matter of the government. They allow the Russian broadcast, but not the Ukrainian. We are not. Once I asked, can we have a religion broadcast, for instance, Easter service to the USSR in the Ukrainian language? No, this can be done only in Russian. So it's simply not to offend the Russian, not to offend the Russians, not to offend the Russian imperialists. This is the way. And if this is not changed, well, it's not only today the people that are subjugated by the Russian Bolsheviks are paying for it. But in future, if the West doesn't change their attitude, the people of the West will pay for it. Thank you.
Again, I think that the situation with respect to the balance of psychological warfare, if you like, while not perfect, is better today than it was, in my own experience, only a decade ago. And let me tell you why. First, on the level of the top policymakers in the United States and of the United States public, with which I have more contact than I have here in Europe, there has been a sea change as regards the nature and the likely duration of our historic confrontation with the Soviet Union. If you look back in all preceding decades since the United States recognized the Soviet Union in the early 1930s, you will see a cycle of high hopes and high expectations in the United States, met with ambiguity and disappointment. And then in the next decade, the cycle repeats itself. In my personal experience, the present United States administration is the first administration, and President Reagan is the first president, who has approached the Soviet leaders in the matter of talks and has such a fundamentally good understanding of who these people are and what has formed them and what the sad realities of their system are, that he is the first American president, in my view, who has smiled at them only with his eyes. To Europeans, with your centuries-old history, and with your many monuments to the follies of political leaders, this might not seem like a great attainment. But in the United States, a very young country, a country with natural optimism and high expectations, which are good and are very useful, especially for our alliance partners here in Europe. This represents a sea change in the United States. And it is a fundamentally positive sea change. How is this sea change manifesting itself? We are more on the offensive today in the propaganda warfare than we ever have been before. You'll notice that General Secretary Gorbachev went immediately from Geneva to Prague to brief his Warsaw Pact allies. Why did he do that? He went there so he would beat the United States Secretary of State from briefing his allies. And that's why. In other words, in the last 2 or 3 years, not just the United States, but other NATO country representatives have gone to a number of countries behind the Iron Curtain and spoken with their chief officers at varieties of levels about the problems dividing the East and the West today, and provided them with an understanding and a specificity which they have not received in their own most sensitive private briefings in their own context of the Warsaw Treaty Organization. So there is a very strong example of the West taking the propaganda offensive to the East. And we could mention the visits of distinguished members of the of the United Kingdom's Foreign Service to Eastern Europe, as well as of the Federal Republic of Germany and other countries as well. Beneath the surface, there is, in many instances, a great degree of sympathy, a great degree of openness, and a great degree of responsiveness on the part of those most hard-bitten of our adversaries in the East some of the Communist Party officials themselves. Sympathy, openness, and interest in talking with representatives of Western governments. So much so that it will be interesting to watch Mr. Gorbachev's response to his East European allies in the months ahead. Because he has already indicated in a variety of ways very grave reservations about their behavior in the last 2 or 3 years. And those reservations that the General Secretary has are owing to, I think, a policy of the West which is fundamentally right, which has had substantial success, albeit not on the surface of things, and which we can expect to continue to pose serious problems for the Soviet leadership. And finally, to go to an even more particular and concrete level, we do, of course, have a large Ukrainian service at Radio Liberty. It's the second largest of our language services in Radio Liberty after the Russian language service. We do broadcast a variety of religious programs in all of the religious denominations which are represented in the Ukraine, as well as programs informing them about religious affairs worldwide. Granted, one never can do enough in this area. But the situation is by no means a bleak one, and I have every hope that it will get even better.
Perhaps Mrs. Potter, just put a very quick question. So she's come all the way from the United States, and then I think we'll have to move on to the statement.
I usually make very quick questions. I would like, for number one, your statement and a question that was asked before, and I will be more specific. And the statement is, the Russian and Polish-speaking broadcast of Radio Liberty and Radio Free Europe occasionally have become victims of the skillful Russian maneuvering of the anti-Ukrainian misinformation drive. I would like your opinion on this, and also I would like to ask again, why is there more constraints put on the radio broadcast of Ukraine, which is not placed on other ethnic groups? Thank you.
I presume you're speaking about Radio Liberty. Correct. Yeah. Well, I have to tell you that my duties for the last year have been as head of research for the Eastern European countries. And I try to read as many scripts. The East European research is published and primarily for subscribers in the West. We send our research product to embassies, to defense ministries, to intelligence services, to scholars and universities, and to journalists in the West. I try to see what I can of Radio Free Europe broadcasts to the 5 Eastern European countries to which we broadcast. I have not had a chance to look at the broadcasts, or to review the broadcasts that go out over Radio Liberty for well over a year. I do know something about the process, however. Obviously, in any enterprise that brings together fierce patriots, fierce nationalists from a variety of countries behind the Iron Curtain, there are tensions and a great deal of rivalry and competition, some of it rooted in the old world, some of it of more recent vintage. We try and iron out those tensions by coordinating any broadcast, let us say, of the Polish service that would have to do with Ukrainian affairs, with the Ukrainian service. I mean, that is one of our primary tasks. If we find out that the Hungarian service is going to broadcast something about the plight of the Hungarian minority in Transylvania, we coordinate that with the Romanian service to make sure that both nationalities find that the treatment of the subject is accurate and acceptable, and that they present it in a coordinated fashion to their respective audiences. We do the same with the Poles and the Ukrainians. Have we been duped by Soviet disinformation? I think that the easiest way to be duped is not to show the proper skepticism and to be on the alert for being duped. So I think it's entirely possible that on occasion we have been duped by Soviet active measures in this whole area. We try to guard against that. We're on the air 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we try to guard against it by having a variety of substantive experts who get up very early in the morning, I assure you. 5 o'clock is what the usual time is. And they read through an enormous amount of material so that they can give advice to the language service directors beginning about 10 o'clock in the morning. We go through a series of 4 meetings, including a meeting with the president of the radio, Senator Buckley himself. And the purpose of these meetings of the substantive experts, and I mean experts not just on Soviet affairs, but detailed experts on Ukrainian affairs. Mr. Bogdan Mihailo, who is known, I know, to the London community here very well, frequently sits in on these meetings. And we are on the alert for news stories in the West that look to us fishy. We're on the alert for reports that we're getting from monitoring the radio broadcasts behind the Iron Curtain of all of the countries that we target and some that we don't in our broadcasts. We're on the alert for developing stories, and the angle under which these developing stories is being viewed, with a view to eliminating insofar as possible any slants that appear to us to be unobjective or ill-intentioned or outright distortions of the situation. And as far as Harmony and Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty, I think it's in the nature of the experiences of people who work there that it will always be one big unhappy family, so to speak. It reminds me, and I'll conclude on this, it reminds me of a story that was told recently about the situation in Poland to our Polish service. That there were 2 potential resolutions of the situation in Poland today, a realistic resolution and a mystical resolution. The realistic resolution is when Our Lady of Czestochowa reappears in the company of Jesus Christ and the apostles at the last moment and effects peace in Poland and the triumph of solidarity. That's the realistic solution. The theological or mystical solution is when the East Europeans start cooperating among themselves. And that remark can be extended beyond the Eastern European area for which I'm responsible to the captive peoples behind the Soviet frontier. That there will always be these tensions. They have been historically. We try as best we can to diffuse them and to use them for the competition which we hope will provide the dynamism to make our programs as good as they can be. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Murphy, thank you very much indeed. I think we could go on almost to midnight. You stimulated so much interest, and you provoked a host of very worthwhile questions. I don't like to act as a wet blanket on these occasions, but we have a lot of other business to conclude, and at some stage of the evening we'll have to be fed. So I must, I think, very reluctantly draw this particular part of the session to a close, and just express very warm thanks on behalf of everybody here for a most fascinating account and discussion. Thank you very much. Well, we're moving towards the conclusion, but before we do so, there are two things that are particularly important. Yes, of course, sir.
I think the session is finished today?
No.
Thank you.
I obviously didn't make myself clear. It quite reminds me of the House of Commons. You get on your feet and within 10 seconds if someone's interrupting, it's good. I was just going to say, sir, that there are some things we must still do. We have the statement which summarizes the EFC conclusions for this conference, and then we have a number of panel contributions which must be done as well. So if I may, I'd like to move on to the statement of the EFC for this conference. Developments during the 1980s have resulted in a decline of Soviet-Russian influence around the world. Communism is clearly not a movement which has the tide of history behind it. The EFC supports the Reagan doctrine that denies the thesis that once a country falls under communist domination, it must remain communist. And it confirms the belief that the United States and the Western world should support anti-communist national movements for national independence and basic democratic principles. It must be the right of citizens in countries subjugated by Soviet Russia to seek their freedom by all appropriate means, by arms, if everything else fails, in order to try to replace a communist totalitarian state with one that is democratic and re-establish their independent national states by a process of self-determination. This is especially valid for peoples oppressed within the borders of the Soviet Russian Empire, the Ukrainians, Belarusians, Georgians, Armenians, Azerbaijanis, Estonians, Latvians, Lithuanians, Turkistanis, and others, and of peoples in the so-called satellite states, subjugated by Russian military might, the Poles, Czechs, Slovakians, Hungarians, Bulgarians, Romanians, and others. Soviet Russian ideologist Mikhail Suslov once stated that the transition to a communist system of rule is irreversible. The West has too long accepted this concept tacitly. The recovery for freedom and democracy of the island of Grenada has provided the proof that Moscow is not willing to fight for its puppet states when they are too far from the center of the Russian Empire. The EFC's main concern is the support of the struggle for freedom and independence of the subjugated peoples suppressed by Soviet Russian rule in the Euro-Asian geographical area. The Chronicle of the Underground Catholic Church in Ukraine, the Chronicle of the Catholic Church in Lithuania, and the struggle of the Polish people are proof of the ongoing fight for freedom. In Ukraine, the freedom fighters stressed the issue of national and human rights. Their organizations have been crushed, but always regenerate themselves. Soviet Russian mass media constantly attack the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, OUN, thereby demonstrating the vitality of its national, Christian, social and democratic ideas. However, the religious and patriotic centers around the Ukrainian Catholic Church need support from the West. In Poland, underground leaders have called for a long march of resistance to the regime, building clandestine organizations in schools, factories, scientific, academic and cultural institutions. The EFC supports this long march. Workers continue to strike in Ukraine. An independent trade union was organized in Ukraine years before Solidarity was established in Poland, but it was crushed by the KGB. Western technology in the field of communications has developed with impressive speed. The EFC supports increased radio broadcasts and in the future television broadcasts to all parts of the Russian Empire through the use of satellites which, if jammed, would be capable of countermeasures. It is vitally important not to impose foreign content on radio broadcasting, but to strengthen and reinforce the original culture and inherent values of every nation, opposing the Bolshevist philosophy and way of life, which are, of course, imposed through Marxist-Leninist oppression and terror on the subjugated nations. The revolutionary liberation processes in the Russian Communist Empire encompass all strata of life, opposing the enemy with their own national structures, as underground churches, through the struggle for private ownership, national traditions, heroes and geniuses, and wide varieties of national cultures against the Bolshevist anti-culture. A spiritual revolution is a precondition of the entire political revolutionary process. It is necessary to keep in mind that no political revolution can succeed without an ideology, one for which people are willing to live, fight, and, if necessary, to die. The ideology of liberation and the science of the overthrow of tyranny, political warfare, and revolt are all necessary against the secular religion of evil. Already, armed resistance to Marxist regimes has proved possible and is growing in countries that fell under Russian domination between 1975 and 1980. For example, South Vietnam, which fell in 75, Laos 75, Angola 75 to 76, Mozambique 75 to 76, Ethiopia 77 to 78, South Yemen 77 to 78, Cambodia 79, Grenada 79, Nicaragua 79-80, Afghanistan 1979, and Suriname 1980. In all of these countries, armed liberation struggles are going on, except in South Yemen. Grenada was liberated by US Caribbean troops in 1983. The EFC encourages support in international fora for all the freedom fighters of the nations subjugated by Bolshevism. The reception of freedom fighter leaders by political leaders of Western governments and other forms of assistance. The guarantor of the ongoing liberation struggle against communism on almost all continents is a strong Western defense. The EFC supports the Strategic Defense Initiative, which is strengthening the technical basis of Western defense capability. The present concept of mutual assured destruction is by itself an insufficient deterrent strategy for the peoples of the West and the subjugated peoples. SDI may be the first step towards effective arms control and mutual, balanced, and verifiable disarmament. SDI, combined with support for the liberation struggle against Soviet Russian imperialism, are the best hope of avoiding thermonuclear war. the EFC supports the determination of President Ronald Reagan to go forward with the research into space-based strategic defense systems. The West should make clear that the time has come for the NATO alliance to rely on a mix of defensive and offensive nuclear weapon systems. Strategic anti-missile defense systems are a unique type of defense, which is directed exclusively at the destruction of the enemy's aggressive nuclear weapons, and not at human beings. This is a potential revolution in the traditional concepts of nuclear deterrence and national security. The EFC also supports President Ronald Reagan's demand of the United Nations for the withdrawal of Soviet Russian and surrogate communist forces from Afghanistan, Angola, Cambodia, Ethiopia, Mozambique, and Nicaragua. These communist troops are there to bolster up totalitarian regimes which are not wanted by the peoples of these countries. And the regimes of these countries are dependent on Soviet support for their existence. The EFC demands the withdrawal of Soviet Russian armies of occupation from all the subjugated countries in the USSR and from the so-called satellite countries, so that these nations could re-establish their true identity and democracy by a process of free and fair elections. Western Europe is unequivocally confronted by the necessity to expand its own technological, economic, and military potential, in particular its conventional weaponry, in order to redress the military imbalance between NATO and the Warsaw Pact. From the geostrategic point of view, the maintenance of the military potential of Spain within NATO is of special importance. The security of the Mediterranean, as well as of the North African littoral, merit special attention and are a particular interest to Italy and to Spain. Political stability and economic progress on the part of these two Mediterranean countries are absolutely necessary. The United Kingdom is an important factor for peace and security, not only in the European context, owing to its considerable political experience, especially in international affairs, but also because of its highly advanced technology and independent nuclear deterrent. France, with its own force de frappe, foreign policy critical of the USSR, and alliance with the United States of America within NATO, is a nuclear co-guarantor for not enabling Moscow to split the Western community of free nations. The German Federal Republic, with its economic potential and strong armed forces in the front line of NATO, plays a key role on the European continent. For West Germany, the objective of national reunification in freedom by peaceful democratic means must be an essential national goal. The Benelux countries, by the fulfillment of their military obligations to NATO defense policy, have strengthened the cohesion of Western European defense, particularly so in recent days by the brave decisions of their governments and parliaments to deploy ground-launched cruise missiles. Constant Russian intrusions into Swedish airspace and territorial waters show that Moscow's plan is to treat the Baltic Sea as its own interior lake. Therefore, Sweden should indeed be sensitive to the danger from Moscow. It must be admitted that present attitudes in Greece remain a constant source of concern, as Greece seems to play along in some occasions with the Soviet Union and to weaken the position of NATO. Turkey, being a loyal ally of NATO, is pursuing further its own social reforms in order to weaken the internal subversive communist and terrorist threat. The European Parliament and Council of Europe carry out very useful work by standing firm in defense of the subjugated nations behind the Iron Curtain. For example, by accepting resolutions against the jamming of radio broadcasts by Moscow from reaching the Iron Curtain countries from the West, and by constantly defending the rights of all political prisoners and ethnic minorities behind the Iron Curtain. The West European Eureka project is not an alternative to SDI, but enhanced technical cooperation on the part of all Western European countries is useful in order to develop together their full technological potential. Europe can be a great power again, from the moment that it encompasses not only the free countries of Western Europe, but from the moment when all European nations on both sides of the Iron Curtain can cooperate jointly as free, independent countries with democratic orders, stretching from the Atlantic in the west to the Caucasus Mountains in the east. The agrarian policy of the European Economic Community requires reform, so that at a time when there is famine in the Third World, food mountains do not grow limitlessly in Western Europe and then have to be sold below production costs to communist, totalitarian countries, which in turn spend their own resources on armaments. Radical reforms of the policy on food and agriculture in the EEC are absolutely necessary. The European Freedom Council supports the appeal of President Ronald Reagan to the freedom-loving nations of the world to coordinate actions between them to combat international terrorism, the initiator and instigator of which is in so many cases the Kremlin, and it does so, of course, in order to divide and demoralize Western societies. With the realization that Russian imperialism and communism and their joint goal of world conquest are the cause of so many of the world's political crises, it will be clear that the subjugated nations are the key to the resolution of these problems. They, the captive nations, must be included in the strategy of the West as an essential partner, because the reduction of the enemy's war potential depends to a very great extent on the role so bravely played by the subjugated nations. That concludes the statement. Is it your wish, ladies and gentlemen, that the statement be adopted? Do we have a proposer and a second? Mr. Thompson, to propose and a second?
Not
a comment, sir.
Small,
a comment.
Not comments, actually. I propose to add Georgia to the names of countries subjugated, because it's the oldest country and at the same time it's a very active group, and it would be very useful.
I'm sure that's the wish of the meeting, that should be done. I regret the oversight of it. Mr. Dimitriou?
While seconding the proposal, I also propose to add Croatia in the same.
Very good, certainly, Croatia. Thank you, Mr. Dimitriou. Any other? The delegate from Israel, yes, sir?
For Jewish movement, you says about the Jewish movement of homeland in Soviet Union.
That's right. Yes. I mentioned that in the Council of Europe, and the European Parliament for that matter, we had stood up. I say we because Guillermo and I serve in the Council of Europe, and I remember debates on this subject of the plight of the Jewish minority, and resolutions were passed, I think twice in the last 5 years, maybe even more, maybe 3 times, strongly supporting the freedom to emigrate of Jewish people within the Soviet Union. We're all most conscious of the fact that the number permitted to leave has decreased dramatically recently. I think we could strengthen that part, and if I can just find the appropriate section of the text, ladies and gentlemen.
I suggest that we take a note and add by editing.
Well, the Secretary, Madam Stecько, suggests that we take note of the necessity to put in a section specifically making clear that Jewish people within the Soviet Union are being oppressed and should have the right to emigrate. Is that it, or do you want to suggest a text now, sir?
Jewish movement wants repatriation to homeland, not emigrate. It is national movement to homeland. Repatriation.
Well, that I'm sure is acceptable. We're all deeply conscious that the denial of the right of Jewish people to emigrate to Israel is a fundamental denial of human rights, as is the refusal of exit visas to any Soviet citizen to go anywhere in the world, and is particularly, I think, galling and deeply resented that Jewish people should not be able to go to their national home, Israel. So I do take that point, and I'm sure that that would have to be put in the text. The gentleman behind.
I still didn't understand Mr. Woodka. Mr. Woodka would like to use the word repatriate, not emigrate. There are two different meanings of the word. It means repatriate to their own homeland.
It's a national movement.
To go home, I would say.
To go home.
Sir, gentleman from Afghanistan.
Yes, you mentioned in your resolution President Reagan's speech to the United Nations concerning the Soviet troops' withdrawal from Afghanistan. But that he's been on 24th October, and since then a month has passed. And today, I've been reading in our national papers here that when the regional questions arose there, which has been quite a lot of summit rhetoric about it, when the question of Afghanistan was specially raised, Mr. Gorbachev poked Mr. Reagan with his finger, which meant, why don't you want to mention that? And that is, Mr. Reagan has been quoted from his speech to the Congress of the United States. I would like to ask that this change of heart within our 29 days, is that the solution of Afghanistan, or would you like to consider it a conspiracy between superpowers and Afghanistan?
Well, I think it would probably be better to stick to the original text. The reason for that is that the text is unequivocally clear that we want the withdrawal of Soviet troops from Afghanistan. That's absolutely fundamental. I think once we start adapting the text to try and reflect what may or may not have transpired behind closed doors in the summit conference at Geneva, we'll get into all sorts of difficulties. So, of course, we are wholeheartedly, and that is unambiguous in this statement, wholeheartedly behind the freedom fighters Mujahideen, and we want them to win, and we want the Soviets to leave Afghanistan. So that So I take very much to heart what you have said, but I think for the purposes of a statement that is clear and unambiguous, I myself would rather leave it as it is. Mr. Thompson.
I believe that you are quite right, sir, and I would like now to move that we accept the EFC statement as read with the two amendments regarding Georgia and Croatia, and with the revised text edition for these. Can I have your support, please?
Yes. Move for second.
Sorry?
Second.
Sorry, the Reverend Wallace wants to put a question.
Yes, when you mentioned Nicaragua, would you please put in there the Pacific group of Mosquito Indians? Because at this point in time, the Mosquito Indians are the only major Indian group in this world, or indigenous people, that are actually fighting the communists. And we are with Nicaragua, but yet we are separate because we are an Indian nation of our own. Please put Mosquito Indians in with the country of Nicaragua.
Yes, I would. I would gladly put that in. I don't think it need distort the balance of this report, where I do believe deeply conscious of the suffering of all the freedom-loving people in Nicaragua. I met a Spanish taxi driver, funny enough, in Ottawa only 3 weeks ago, who pressed me very deeply the miseries of all the Nicaraguan people, but maybe the mosquitoes have suffered more than any other group, and very likely they are waging a particularly heroic struggle at this time. And that being so, I think they are perhaps worthy of special mention. Thank you, Mr. Wallace. I think this point must be the last, otherwise we'll never get on to the...
Perhaps I have overheard, but I definitely didn't hear anything of the fact that the Soviet Constitution is not practiced in the Soviet Union in the respect of the rights of the republics of non-Russian republics to withdraw from Soviet Union. Can we put that in?
I well understand your feelings, sir, and I share them totally, but if we were to catalogue all the deficiencies, the evils, and the perversions of truth that go on in the Soviet Union, there wouldn't be enough volumes in the British Library to contain them all. I think that the Georgian gentleman?
I would like to intercede in favor of our Estonian delegate from Sweden. As you mentioned, Afghanistan, she has a very simple and very constructive suggestion to say how we can help Afghanistan.
About Afghanistan, we were speaking there outside. I should like to ask Mr. Meyer, which way, if we are collecting money here, okay, we can save some money, but which way more we could help Afghanistan?
May I say something, Mr. Chairman? Excuse me, Mr. I would like to inform you all, ladies and gentlemen, that we have also a resolution from the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations, which will be later on suggested. And there are itemized different problems, and I think we cannot burden too much the European Freedom Statement and to go to details. If we have in general supported the necessity to help Afghanistan, and if we have strongly demanded to pull out, the Russians should go out from Afghanistan and all other countries they were mentioned, I think we can accept now the statement as it is, and we can go in details which are anyhow covered in the APN resolutions, which will be later on suggested.
Okay, just a quick word, Mr. Meyer.
We have two kinds of war, you know. One is inside of Afghanistan, that leave for the Afghan freedom fighters. We don't need any military, any officer or any soldier to help the Afghan freedom fighter. We don't need it. We have enough fighters. We need the weapons, of course. The other one, the public pressures. The public pressure belongs to all the nations. I'm seeing a different organization from Canada to France to Italy to everywhere, they should write just 5 minutes, spend this time, write to the free world, to the President of America, to the Margaret Thatcher, to all the Western countries, to all the Islamic nations, especially to United Nations. Should the Soviet troops should be outrun Afghanistan, and I put the public pressures on these Western countries to the help Afghan freedom fighters, to the Afghan Mujahideen. On your pocket, or the people live in this area, it's impossible the Afghanistan fight will be finished for that cost. Right now, the Soviet Union in Afghanistan, they're spending $15 million a day in Afghanistan. And that amount, we must get a big, strong support from the government sources, especially from the Western country and from the all Islamic country. If you write a letter, each of you, just 5 minutes will spend your time, and I put a $50 stamp on each letter to make it nationwide from all the free world and the Western country and Islamic country that will be help for our cause. Privately, on your pocket or somebody else is impossible, is help for our cause, you know. We need a strong support for the Afghan freedom fighters, especially, of course, from the weapons to food, to boots, to blankets, everything, you know. That kind of support we need. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Meyer, for that powerful and timely appeal. I'm grateful to you for reminding us, and we need no reminding, but perhaps the critical nature of the campaign that the Mujahideen is engaged in is something really so overwhelmingly important that we can only pay tribute to what you've done, and I thank you for it. Can we now move to the acceptance of the statement? Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I declare the statement carried. Is there anyone against the statement?
Yeah, one question I have.
Yes, of course.
Did in your statement you mention about the Christian or Catholic churches to be free to worship?
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, but you didn't mention about the Muslim mosques or Jewish synagogues. Because we are talking about the unity, we are all created by one God. We should mention all the faiths and the religions there.
I said that. We should have, and we will. We will put in just the amendment you seek, and I think it would be quite wrong not to. So I accept that wholeheartedly. I must now hand over to Madame Stecько for the remainder of the session. I thank you all most warmly, and I look forward to seeing you at the banquet tomorrow. I have other engagements. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing now the event session, which provides the continuation of the panel, which will be led by Dr. Evdokimov, and we still have some panelists, very important panelists, Dr. Baymir Zahai from Turkestan, Mr. Shuprat from Ukraine, Mr. Trung Quang Si from Vietnam, Mr. Thomas Yunus from Lithuania, and Rebel Wells from Nicaragua, Mosquito. We will be just requesting the panelists to be really short, because we have to finish today this portion of our conference, and we are later on, we have to accept the ABN resolutions, and after that we are invited all by Association of Ukrainians in Great Britain for a dinner here. And tomorrow we have demonstration at 2 o'clock, and we have banquet at 6 o'clock, and you have the invitation for the banquet. So it will be our further conference, and it will be closed officially after the banquet. Now I ask Dr. Evdokimov to continue the panel.
and gentlemen, before we proceed, I must ask everybody to keep to the timetable which we have in front of us. Otherwise, I will be forced to intervene and to stop the speaker. And this is very unpleasant, I believe. But once again, I will ask everybody to stick to between 5 and 7 minutes in order to finish time. Our next speaker will be Dr. Hayat from Turkestan. Please.
Mr. President, my sisters and brothers in the fighting of freedom, I am very happy to take part in our very important conference in London. I have learned very much on the philosophy of freedom and on the philosophy of Soviet Russian imperialism, on the philosophy of the Soviet Russian tyranny. Now, we have no much time for the problem of the people, subjected people. Also, we have no more possibility to speak on the problem of Turkestan much. I began 7 o'clock evening. I try to make very short as possible. To the stage I must read a verse of a poet from Turkestan, as a voice from Turkestan, to the present day situation in Turkestan itself. The poet wrote, "The officers are happy, I am safe. Officers can play, I must wait. Only they can hear the tale of freedom. The song of slavery is my melody. The officers are free, I am chased. Like an animal, they trade me." This is the situation in Turkestan. Now, to the problem freedom movement in Turkestan itself. You know, my sisters, my brothers, we are a part of Turks. One is we are a part of Oriental people and Muslim people. We don't like go to paradise if in paradise no war, because we like freedom. So this is our fighting is also for us a religion obligation and religion duty. You know, it was 1916 was a mass revolt in Turkestan. Mr. Kerensky say it was for Russia second front. From 1918, from February till May 1919, was the big one revolution moment. This Soviets called Basmachi, rebel moment, but it was a national revolution gone 16 years. Now, situation so we are more 40 millions, nearly 40 million Muslims in Turkestan. We are living in 5 republics, Soviet republics. Soviets had a very strong Russification policy. We have also very strong anti-Russification policy. Soviets had very intensively colonization policy. We have also a demographic development. We have more 80% heroic mothers from Soviet Union in Turkestan. We have more 5,000 families. They have, every family had more 14 children. So we are fighting against Russian colonialism in Turkestan with such way. And anti-Islam policy Soviets are very strong. They are also strong against atheism. Our people who they immigrated to the Afghanistan or were native in Afghanistan, they are at the boundaries between Soviet Union and subjected Afghanistan, are now strongly fighting with Afghan brothers. We hope it will bring us victory for freedom. So it is so difficult, all problems of such countries. More 4 million square kilometers is the large big country, and nearly 40 million people problem to explain here. I will say for you all friends who had in his speech and discussions in papers, messages, etc., using the word Turkestan, because Soviets are trying for us to make no Turkestanian but Central Asians. Soviets had, in this case, had made progress. 1924 was forbidden the word Turkestan. After 54 years later, Radio Liberty forbidden the word, they used the word Turkestan in November 1978. Also, Soviets make progress not only in Turkestan, but also in Western country. It's the name Radio Liberty. My Afghan friends will be sure we are living with our Afghan brothers and sisters. All we living together, all we will everybody die from us. But we neglect nothing, our country, our people, our culture, our language, or another cultural values for Russian imperialism, and we are living between Russia and China. This is also for us a problem. The way for the freedom is long, strong, hard, but we like God in this way because we will defend our national existence, and we have also our national history. Thank you.
Dr. Here is one of the best-known specialists on Turkestan affair. We must be grateful to have been able to listen to his statement. We will have now, as next speaker, the privilege to hear Mr. John Clancy, who is co-chairman of World Youth for Freedom, chairman of Young Vietnamese for Freedom, and chairman of the Third World Anti-Communist League. Please.
Mr. Chairman, the distinguished guests, friends of freedom fighters, and leaders of young generation, my plan is delayed almost 180 minutes. I was the Air Force officer. Now I am a combatant. So I respected the time and law given to me by the chair of the board. So I have nothing to say much about the form of the resistance, because that is too long. But I would like to read to you and save the time for my colleagues, because we have a very important topic to say. Before I turn to my colleagues, I want to read to all of you and my dear young freedom fighters two famous ones from the communist dictators and the aggressor First is Marx. Once he wrote, I quote, "The communists disdain to conceal their view and aims. They openly declare their aims and can be achieved only by forcible overthrow of existing social conditions. Let the ruling classes tremble at the communist revolution. The proletariat have nothing to lose but their chains. They have a war to win." That's the first. The second one, a century later, a devil, Nikita Khrushchev, declared that, I quote, "We, the communists, must realize that we cannot coexist eternally for the long time. One of us must go to the grave. The capitalists do not want to go to their grave either. So, what can be done? We must push them to their grave." Unquote. Ladies and gentlemen, the famous experience expert fighting against communists. I'm a young generation. I would like to guarantee with you, as Mr. Habib Mayar has mentioned to you recently, this is the time for us to destroy their ideology. We will win if we unite. We united with the action more than thought. I hope God will in our side. The liberation of all world anti-communists will be win in the near future. Thank you. Now I have a very special request. We ask only 3.5 minutes by the law of the chair. I would like to introduce you, Mr. Nguyen Kim Kang, will announce what we need for us now.
Honorable Monsieur le Président, Mesdames, Mesdemoiselles, Messieurs, je me permets de vous présenter, je m'appelle Nguyen Kim Kang, mon nom de plume Nguyen Kang, ancien journaliste, directeur du journal Pinson à Ceylon, capitaine du Vietnam libre avant 1977.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask you to allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nguyen Anka, former editor-in-chief of Tân Sang Daily News in Saigon, the capital of South Vietnam.
À l'occasion de votre présence d'aujourd'hui, vous êtes les membres parlementaires, professeurs et docteurs, étudiants et anciens militaires à toute rate, etc., symbolisant la classe intellectuelle et élite dans la société.
Today, on this occasion, with the presence of the members of Parliament in the United Kingdom, deputies, professors, doctors, students, and military personnel of all grades, as a symbol of the educated people in this society.
Je voudrais vous faire remarquer notre sort.
I would like to make a remark for our destiny.
Honorable Monsieur Frédéric M. Penick vous a fixé un discours condamnation de la Russie communiste envahissant Afghanistan.
Recently, Honorable Sir Frederick M. Bennett, in his speech on the condemnation of the communist Russians invade Afghanistan.
Je vous prie, Madame, Messieurs, de réfléchir, de penser aussi le destin du Sud-Vietnam.
I would like to ask you to think about a little bit on the destiny of the South Vietnam.
Malgré le traité de la paix à Paris au début de l'année 1979, les communistes du Nord l'ont déchiré et trahi.
Luckily, the Paris Treaty signed on late January 1972 was divided and torn apart by the North Vietnamese communists. An old co-senator, and the treaty was kept silent under the invasion of the communist forces.
Et les co-signataires de ce traité ont laissé tranquillement des communistes venant du Nord. On laissé tranquillement l'agression des communistes venant du Nord.
I repeat the phrase, I just translated.
Voyez arrière, mesdames, messieurs, à nous aider en soulevant le problème du Sud-Vietnam dans toutes les conférences, dans toutes les conversations, pour que la conscience du monde entier ne soit ensommeillée.
Honorable Member of Parliament of the United States, ladies and gentlemen, would you please help us by mentioning the Vietnam cases in any conferences, any conversations on behalf of the conscience of the free world so they can avoid.
Just a minute. Mr. Guangxi, may I ask you maybe to proceed directly with the English text? We will save a little bit of time.
Yes.
Huh? Thank you very much. Excuse me for intervening.
For the humanities, for the love of human beings, I would like to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to think the destiny about 300 young Vietnamese girls, so-called boat people. They were kidnapped by the pirates on the high seas. All those poor young Vietnamese girls were sold in the whole house somewhere in Bangkok, Thailand. For many years, our Vietnamese and overseas, we are lacking of means to save and liberate them out of the darkness life. But since yesterday, when I first came to the conference, I saw the themes, freedom for the nation, freedom for individuals. These marvelous phrases elevated my feeling and my hope. Now, with your prestige, with your great influence in the international relationship and your means, ladies and gentlemen, will you please help us by mentioning the case of the 300 young Vietnamese girls in the hand of the unhuman period at all conference and all conversation?
Ang tagminang, ang tangdong pang-revise politik Vietnamian, ang basic vice-président du PEN Vietnam d'Outre-mer, je vous envoie ici, mesdames, messieurs, mes amis, mes confrères, et aussi votre famille, mes salutations distinguées et mes sincères et chaleureuses remerciements.
Before closing my remarks, on behalf of the Vietnamese refugees in Belgium and Vice President of the Vietnam Pen Club and overseas, I would like to send you all of my best wishes and to say to all distinguished guests. Thank you.
May I give the floor now to Reverend Wallace, which comes from Nicaragua.
I want to say in my wife's native tongue, Naksa, which means hello. My wife told me that if I was given 5 minutes, I had better take only 4, or she was going to get on to me when I got back home. Sometimes I would rather fight the Sandinista than my wife. I just want to say very briefly a few comments about the mosquitoes, and then I want to introduce to you my wife, who is a new type of rebel leader or freedom fighter in Latin America. Some of you actually met her when the WACL conference was being held in Dallas in September. She came up and made a 10-minute speech. The Mosquito Indians is a group of Indians in both Nicaragua and in Honduras. They are not Spanish origin. They are English and European origin. They do not have Spanish names, but they have English names. They have German names. They wear American and European type of clothing. Their culture is European and English. Their religion is Protestant, predominantly Moravian. Now that doesn't sound too Indian, but let me tell you, we are very, very much Indian. Our people have fought the communists, and we have died for our freedom. This is the first time in the history
that Mosquito Indians have taken up and actually fought to death for what they believed in. Under General Somoza, we were very passive people. And General Somoza allowed us to be on our own with every freedom that you can imagine. But then the Sandinista came in and said, we are not going to give you any freedoms because you do not deserve it. You do not really care for the Sandinista. And that was the biggest mistake that the Sandinista has ever made. They told the Mosquito Indians that they were nothing. Our young men have gone out and fought with rifles that have actually fell apart in their hands during battle. We have gone out and fought for days in the jungle with no food except some jelly beans that we were able to get from children selling them in the street. We had no medicine, and our fighters have their feet that are actually rotting off from what we call jungle leprosy. But we keep on fighting because we who are Mosquito Indians are going to be free someday. I could tell you all about the atrocities that have happened, but I would only be repeating what every one of you know by heart. Dropping of children and women out of helicopters, packing helicopters with 80 to 90 children and then letting the helicopter crash. Taking mothers who were pregnant and ripping their stomachs open and pulling out the unborn children, putting old people in their church and then setting the church on fire, going into the villages and say, we love you, but we're going to have to burn your schools, your hospitals, your houses down, and we're going to have to kill your pigs, and we're going to have to force march you 200 miles through the jungle and the mountains so that the Contras cannot get to you and kill you. And you know what? At the end, concentration camps. So I could go on and tell you about that. But I want to tell you quickly about my wife, who happens to be a young person of only 41 years of age. Someone came here and said, we are getting old. What will the young people do when we go? I would like to tell you there are young people now who are actually fighting, and they are excellent leaders, not only for Latin America or Central America, but they are those that can come here and speak in all of the capitals of Europe. And they can do the same job that you're doing today. When my wife married me, she came to America carrying a suitcase about this big. That was her worldly possessions. And I didn't have any more because I only had $10 in my pocket when we got married. We got $11 now. When my wife was 36 years old, she said to me that she had made 2 mistakes in her life. I said, what are they, honey? She said, 1, I married you. 2, when I became an American citizen, I registered as a Republican. and I voted for Jimmy Carter. I said, honey, in November you can remedy one of them. She said, that's the wrong one. She said, Jimmy Carter gave my canal away in Panama. Now, my wife is an American citizen by naturalization. She is the strongest naturalized American I have ever seen. She stood up in a midst of 300 radical communist students in a university in San Antonio and said that she did not vote for Reagan. She voted for General Haig, and Reagan was only secondary. Because at that time, General Haig, the Secretary of State, was more stronger than Reagan. My wife left me when I escaped, and I did not see her for 1 year. I did not know if she was alive or dead. But then when I found her, she had just escaped from prison herself. And she would tell me certain things that she did, and then other people would tell me. She met personally President Ortega and Prime Minister or Minister of Interior, Thomas Borge. And she got up in front of them and said, both of you are bugs, and this is what I do to bugs. She threw a bug down on the ground and stomped on it in front of those two communist leaders. She also called General Somoza before the war a liar to his face. President Ortega held up a pamphlet in a meeting of the Mosquito Indians and said this pamphlet, written in 3 languages, is a very beautiful piece of work. It says in here that we are communists. It says that we are traitors to the Nicaraguan cause. It says that we are murderers. It says that we kill. Now, I want the person who wrote this to please raise his hand. I want to congratulate him for doing such a magnificent job of condemning us. My wife shot her hand up, and the people around her said, no, you're going to die. She said, they asked me the question, and I am going to answer them. She said, I was not created by God to be afraid of any man. And she said, I am a leader. I am not the greatest leader of the people, but I am the one that is the most necessary at this moment. And so she stood up and told the people that she was the one who was against the communists. They asked her, please come over and be one of us. Be one of the new leaders of the Mosquito. She said, sir, you can take my car, you can take my home, you can take my money, my clothes, my house, anything that I have got. But what God has given me, it is not for sale. My moral values, my convictions, my conscience, my attitudes, my patriotic love for democracy and freedom are not for sale. And she said, furthermore, the only way you're going to get them from me is to take my life, and I will still be better off than any of you. Because even in death, I am still the winner. She says about her people that God gave them a backbone and they had better use it. And she says that the only way that her people can come out of this bondage is through education. Now, my wife is only 41 years of age, and she was recently elected the first woman to the Council of Elders of her tribe in the history. She rejected that election to become the advisor to the elders. She is now also advisor to the political board, the military board, and the general council of her tribe. She has never been able to go back to Nicaragua since she escaped. And they wanted to kill her. But recently, she went to the border, which is a river between the two republics, Honduras and Nicaragua, and she swam across that river and reached the other shore and grabbed a handful of mud and said, "Thank God I'm home, I'm free." And then she swam back to the other side. So that's the only time that she has touched her homeland since 1980. Recently, she asked to go back to Nicaragua. She wanted a visa. And the people said, "We will give you a visa because the amnesty is running out and you can go back." But they said simply, "You've got to give us two references." This was the Nicaraguan embassy in Honduras. She said, "Well, all my friends are in exile or dead. My family, who 12 has gone to prison for the Christian belief, and 6 have died there since the war. The only 2 people that can give me a reference would be the president of this republic and the minister of the interior, so I'll just put their name down." So the 2 people who hate her most are the ones that she said would recommend her. That, my friend, is courage, and that is determination. And you know, my wife and I work with 5,000 children daily who have cancer. We live with there and work with them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. She's the mother of these children, and she's given her own blood to save these children's lives.
Reverend Wallace, I will complain to your wife that you are taking too much time.
Please, no. I'm finishing, really. I'm finishing. But we are also working with 20,000 children who are Mosquito Indian children who are starving to death. But I want to say in closing that what we're saying is to please give us a helping hand. Lift us up. Let us be family with you. But then give us the dignity to be our own leaders, even if we fail. But thank God we have the privilege to run, to stumble, to fall, to get up, to run, to stumble, to fall, to get up, run, stumble, fall, and get up, and then finally, with the Lord's help, to succeed. Please keep these children, these 20,000 children who are dying in the jungles at this very moment, keep them in your prayers. Someone asked, how long can you keep them alive for a year? How much money? $25,000. But we don't have it. But the other thing, keep my wife in your prayers, because she is the jewel at this moment of Nicaragua. She is the strongest Mosquito woman or man, either in freedom or in captivity today. And she is the most feared by the Sandinista at this moment. So please keep her in your prayers so that God can protect her, that she can lead her people out of bondage. Thank you.
May I assure Reverend Wallace as well as Mr. Kwang Si that no matter how far their homelands are, we here are completely with the destiny of their nations fully in our hearts. Thank you very much. Thank you. May I ask Mr. Tomasumas from Lithuania to take the floor.
Panel, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I try to be very brief and short. This year, it comes 45 years ago, Soviet occupation and Lithuanian uprising in June 1941. On 15th of June 1940, Soviet Union army occupied Lithuania. As a result of signed Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact in August 1939. By doing so, Soviet Union broke the treaty signed on 12th of July 1920, which recognized Lithuanian independence. A year later, on 22nd of June 1941, Hitler armies smashed across the new frontiers of the Soviet Union, which were drawn by the Hitler and Stalin themselves 2 years earlier. The importance of this momentous event is still felt on both sides of divided Europe. The hope of the majority of the people of Central and Eastern Europe at that time was that the totalitarian giants would destroy each other. That hope was only fulfilled partly. The Soviet system survived as a warden in its prisons of nations. Most Western historians and the journalists are still unaware of the events in 1941, which was unique in Lithuanian history of the World War II. Historians had to make a lot of homework. As the German army started pouring into Lithuania, a popular uprising swept the nation. It is estimated that anywhere between 80,000 and 100,000 Lithuanians participated in uprising which claimed about 4,000 dead. The uprising was made intensive by the fresh memories of mass deportation started a week ago from Lithuania to Siberia, of Lithuanian intelligence, all sorts of people, teachers, officers, and so on. The insurgents formed a provisional government and declared on June 23rd the restoration of Lithuanian independence. This Lithuanian self-assertion was an unpleasant surprise for the German government, which planned to colonize and Germanize what is called the Eastern Land, Ostland, in Germany. The Gestapo planned an immediate arrest of the members of the provisional government. But the German military high command objected to such measures, afraid that they might undermine the war efforts. The developments in Lithuania were not mentioned in the German press. Berlin stepped in by announcing the appointment of the commissars of the German civilian administration in Lithuania. In Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. On August 5, 1941, the German Commissar General for Lithuania, von Rentel, summoned the members of the provisional government and declared that he has taken over the civil administration and the activity was finished. In defiance of this order, a couple of days later, the ministers of provisional government issued a joint statement in which they reasserted that Lithuania liberated itself by means of the armed uprising and that the Germans should treat it as independent. The Germans cracked down and made the functioning of the provisional government impossible. The full history of the Lithuanian uprising in 1941 remains to be written, since some sockets are still unavoidable. It is important, however, it's indisputable. What we have here is major national uprising against foreign occupying power, which still claims today that it enjoyed almost complete popular support. The uprising was not organized and guided by the Germans, as the Soviet historiography would like to have it. Some of the leaders of the uprising ended in the prisons and concentration Nazi camps. They are the mass of the participants and have no illusion about the Nazi goals in the East. It was the same organized movement of the Lithuanian resistance that subsequently refused to join in Nazi war efforts or to fight against the Allies. It was the same spirit that enabled Lithuanians to thwart the Nazi efforts to form National SS Legion in Lithuania. It is only in 3 occupied European countries the Nazis failed to establish such a legion, including Lithuania. German in a rage, German command in a rage, closed Lithuanian university and high schools. The uprising of 1941 is yet another demonstration of the Lithuanian people's will to independence and their readiness to bear supreme sacrifices for it. The guerrilla war against Soviet intruders during 1944 and 1952 was very heavy sacrifice. A lot of people lost their lives and was taking thousands to Siberia. In general, as a result of both occupation German and Soviet Union, in a war and just between 1952, the Lithuanian nation lost 700,000 citizens. Can we see as its continuation, the same spirit forms the grassroots, roots patriotic movement in Lithuania today. In the Central Eastern European context, the Lithuanian uprising of 1941 is not a quixotic aberration, but belongs to the sequence of popular revolutions for freedom and independence, as those in Budapest 1956, Prague 1968, Dance 1980, and the ones yet to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tomasunas. Unfortunately, the next speaker, Mr. Shublak from Ukraine, is ill, but his statement will be read by Mr. Fiegel.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, Honorary Presidium, ladies and gentlemen. Over the last few years, while the free world has been passively awaiting an improvement in relations with the Russian Empire and its succession of new leaders, Ukraine, together with the very many other enslaved nations, has been experiencing repression of a kind unknown since the era of Stalin. As part of this cruel repression, we have seen the elimination of all those well-known groups and individuals who have shown open dissent to the regime. Valery Marchenko, Oleksa Teke, Yuri Litvin, and Vasil Stus have been silenced forever by torture and murder. Scores have been dismissed from their jobs and deprived of their livelihood, only to be later accused and tried for being parasites of the Soviet society. At the same time, numerous laws have been enacted with the sole aim of curtailing all forms of contact with the outside world. Strict censorship of all mail, incoming and outgoing, continues, with many letters never reaching their destination. All forms of material support for the West have been stopped, and personal contacts with visitors from the West are regarded as treasonable offenses. It is not difficult to discern the reason for this renewed repression. Its aim is to spread fear, to isolate and paralyze the will of the enslaved people, and to create a sense of hopelessness, leading finally to submission. The repression is complemented by a venomous campaign of propaganda on the radio, on television, in the press, and in other publications aimed at discrediting the Ukrainian liberation movement, its history, and its past and present leaders both in Ukraine and in exile. Singled out for special attention have been His Holiness, the Patriarch of the Ukrainian Catholic Church, the late Cardinal Yosef Slipy, and our Prime Minister and President of the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations, the Honorable Yaroslav Stecько. The lies and falsehoods emanating from the Russian leadership have known no bounds. Nothing has been spared in order to ridicule and compromise the Ukrainian national leaders. They believe that this will succeed in devaluing the Ukrainian national aspirations and deprive the national leaders of their support and following at home and of their allies abroad. However, despite this, the spirit and the will of the enslaved Ukrainian people remains steadfast, just as it always has in the face of such odds. Indeed, the resolve to continue the struggle for self-preservation and national freedom is stronger now than ever before. We have witnessed the emergence of new forms of active and passive resistance. No sooner have the ruthless state machine and KGB sought to plug one hole than a new channel for national expressions opens up. The tide of Ukrainian nationhood has reached such proportions, it has spread its roots so deep and wide that even the might of the Russian Empire is powerless to stop it, let alone reverse it. Its power base lies in the solidarity of all sections and of all age groups within the Ukrainian people. The struggle of industrial and agricultural workers against their serfdom is the struggle for national independence. The class problem is the national problem. To the Ukrainian people, the constitutional question is merely a question of secession from the Russian Empire. The concept of a reformed, liberal, democratic Moscow Empire is a concept alien to the Ukrainian nation. For the Ukrainian people, the alternatives cannot be clearer. It is either Kyiv or Moscow. The strength of the Ukrainian nation lies in its history. We know that Ukraine is the sole custodian of the traditions of Kievan Rus. This heritage remains an integral part of the Ukrainian culture. The forthcoming celebrations of the 1000th anniversary of the coming of Christianity to Ukraine will further heighten this national awareness and strengthen the national revival. The free world should cease its futile attempts at reforming the Russian Empire and instead should give full moral and political support to the enslaved people in their struggle for national independence. This support must be of a practical nature, for declarations, however noble, are of little help. The free world should expand the flow of information, encourage free thought, support the campaign for human and national rights, and promote establishment of independent trade union movements. It should also extend broadcasting to all those nationalities not yet covered by programs in their own languages. The questions raised in the samizdat journals should be given prominence in such broadcasts, and the truth about the oppressive nature of the Russian Empire should be given far greater coverage. The free world cannot sit idly by while the enslaved nations of the Russian Empire strive unceasingly for their independence. If the West fails to respond positively to this challenge, then not only is this cause of the enslaved nations doomed to failure, but so is any attempt by the West to seek coexistence with the Russian Empire. Make no mistakes. The struggle of the captive nations is the same struggle as the struggle of the free world for the continuation of its freedom. The free world will not live free and safe until the enslaved nations of the Russian Empire are also free and safe. Ours is the same battle. Our fate will also be the same. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was the last contribution concluding this panel. I believe I can express our gratitude to all participants in the panel. I also believe that their contributions will help us to have a better understanding for the idea of law frontier. That means these are the problems which create the real tension in the world. They are at the root of the armament competition, and they can be resolved only if everybody understands, although on the highest level, that freedom is indivisible, and that true peace could be achieved only through freedom for all nations. I believe now Mrs. Stecько has to make some announcement.
Thank you very much. We have one item more on our agenda. It is the acceptance of ABN resolutions. And after that, we are all invited by Ukrainian Association Great Britain to have dinner here. And I hope we will have also a little cultural entertainment as well. I would ask the chairman of the resolution committee, Mrs. Potter, to present the resolutions.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the time. You've all been very patient. I implore you, this is the heart of the conference. It will not take long. It will take about 11 minutes. Thank you. Last night, the resolution committee met, and we're presenting to you these resolutions for your consideration and hopefully approval. ABN Conference Resolutions, London, November 21 through 24, 1985. Whereas the national liberation processes inside the Soviet Russian Empire are growing in strength and undermining the empire and its communist system, and whereas the Bolshevik tyrants confirmed it in their emphasis on the necessary struggle against the so-called bourgeois nationalism and against religion, and whereas the chronicle of the underground Ukrainian Catholic Church in Ukraine and the underground chronicle of the Catholic Church in Lithuania, the armed struggle of the Afghan Mujahideen, and the struggle of the Polish people testify to this fact with regard to all other nations. Whereas the young generation raises the standard in the struggle for defense of national dignity and traditions, the cult of national heroes, religious values, inherent national ideals, institutions and cultural treasures, and courageously combat an imposed communist way of life based on total terror. And whereas the struggle of the subjugated nations in the Soviet Russian Empire is invincible because the nations defend their very existence in separate organic and spiritual entities. And whereas the endeavors will reach its zenith through the armed struggle against the occupant, Russian imperialist colonialism yoke. And whereas the constant shortage of bread and in general the bankruptcy of the economy of the USSR is confirmed by its own leaders when they state that this system is only at the beginning of the first phase of the so-called developed socialism. Therefore, be it resolved that the ABN Conference considers it of utmost importance for world freedom that an overall global strategy, including psychostrategy, should be developed by the free world against the global attack of Russian imperialism and communism, which seeks to conquer the entire world. The freedom fighter movement should be backed on international forums, receive modern technological and electronic equipment from the Western powers for political, psychological offensive, and even military aid, according to the UN resolution of Namibia. The freedom fighter leaders should be publicly received by leaders of the free governments, and the National Liberation Formation should be recognized as legal representatives of the subjugated nations against their oppressors. The media should provide frequent coverage of the anti-communist national liberation movements and insurgencies. International news broadcasts being to the Soviet Union and its satellites should place special emphasis upon national liberation insurgencies against Russian and communist dominations, e.g. the Ukrainian Insurgent Army, the Lithuanian Liberation Army, the Turkestani Bashmachi, the Polish Home Army, Armia Krajova, the Belarusian Freedom Fighters, the Afghan Mujahideen, the Freedom Fighters of Angola, Nicaragua, Mozambique, Ethiopia, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, and many others of the past and present times. The Freedom Fighters should be assisted in establishing information centers in major cities abroad. Films and books on the anti-communist national liberation insurgencies, on concentration camps, the genocidal, artificially imposed famine in Ukraine in 1932-33, on psychiatric asylums, the Bolshevik Holocaust, on heroes of the national liberation struggle against Soviet Russia and communist oppressors, on the catacomb church, on the believers in God, martyrs, on the heroic prisoners such as Yuri Shukevich should be prepared for general public distribution in the free world. The free world should allocate sufficient financial and economic resources to the liberation struggle to enable the national liberation, anti-communist, anti-Soviet Russian movements, respective insurgencies to win, since supporting insurgencies, it costs much less than fighting a conventional war. The West should cease to supply grain, technology, credit, and arms to the Soviet Union and its satellites. Western trade has only served to sustain the tyrannical Russian Empire. The ABN Conference condemned the systematic Russification of all nations subjugated by Russian imperialism, aiming to create a Soviet people, a Russian supernation, and appeals to the free world to refrain from calling and considering the subjugated nations in the USSR as one Soviet people. The ABN Conference condemned Soviet Russia for its total denial of religious freedom and the persecution of religious leaders such as Joseph Terela and Vasil Kobrin. The ABN Conference condemned the slow murders of Ukrainian cultural leaders such as Oleg Sateki, Valery Marchenko, Yuri Litvin, Oleksiy Nikitin, Vasil Stus, as well as the mass executions of members of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, OUN, and the Ukrainian Insurgent Army, UPA. The ABN Conference, demanding the application of the 25-year-old UN resolution on decolonization to the last existing empire. The Communist Russian Empire unwaveringly stands for the dissolution of this empire and the subsequent reestablishment thereof of national, independent, democratic states within their ethnographic territories. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, North Caucasus, Georgia, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Turkestan, Ida-Ural, Poland, Czechia, Slovakia, Serbia, Slovenia, Croatia, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, Albania, Nicaragua, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, and many other people. On the 40th anniversary of the creation of the United Nations, the USSR and its satellite countries, which violate the UN Charter by conducting mass genocide and wars of aggression, employing the use of chemical and bacteriological weapons against women and children, and sponsors international terrorism, should be excluded from this international body. The UN must cease to be a forum for disinformation campaigns aiming at discrediting the freedom-loving world, in particular the United States. The National Liberation, Revolutionary, Anti-Communist Organization, their centers and spokesmen should be accepted into the framework of the UN as the true representatives of the nation subjugated by Bolshevism. The ABN demands, just as it did before the Belgrade Conference, to officially proclaim the Helsinki Accord null and void, since these accords affirm the status quo of Russia's communist expansionist occupation, and thus render a priori the issue of human rights of the subjugated nations unattainable. The defenders of national and human rights in the Soviet Union, who were hitherto clandestine fighters, were themselves vulnerable to persecution by publicly appealing to the Helsinki Accord without any help or protection from the free world. The ABN Conference demands that the International Red Cross Convention regarding the legal and equal treatment of insurgent armies be respected in the struggle against the Bolshevik invaders. The ABN Conference appeals to the nations of the Third World, many of which liberated themselves during the last decade, to support the freedom, justice, national independence, and human rights against the evils of tyranny, despotism, neocolonialism, and totalitarianism of the Russian imperialists and communists together with a proxy. The nations of the free world must work towards the liquidation of slave labor concentration camps and psychiatric prisons, the cessation of genocide, such as the famine siege of Ukraine, and the liberation of political and religious prisoners. The means to achieve this is through economic boycotts of the USSR, its exclusion from international organization, and the development of powerful psychological warfare. The ABN Conference appeals to the U.S. government, the U.S. Congress, and to all free nations to establish a center for psychological warfare within NATO or the Pentagon, which would include spokesmen for the national liberation organizations of the subjugated nations. We ask that a Freedom Academy be created, specializing in the analytical study of the problems of the subjugated nations, working out a psychostrategy and the training of cadres as a counterpart to the Lumumba University in Moscow. The ABN Conference supports the U.S. Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI program, which aims to liquidate weapons of mass annihilation and to establish a defense for human beings against Bolshevik aggression. The conference emphasizes, however, that the Russian Empire cannot be dissolved and victories for the free world against communism cannot be attained without the use of offensive forces. The offensive weapons which can achieve this is the liberation struggle of the subjugated nations. Without a low frontier strategy, a high frontier defense is but a variant of the anachronistic balance of power system in an epoch experiencing a global rise of national liberation struggles. The synthesis of the high and the low frontier strategy, SBI, in the liberation struggle of the subjugated nation, if supported by the free world, would solve the current global political crisis caused by Russian aggression. The concept of balance of power does not take the third superpower, the subjugated nations, into consideration, and is anachronistic to an epoch experiencing a global rise of national liberation struggle against Russian communist imperialism. The only alternative to a thermonuclear holocaust is a coordinated national liberation struggle of nations subjugated by Bolshevism, thereby destroying the empire from within and abolishing the communist, totalitarian, Orwellian-type system. The ABN Conference recommends this strategy as the only reliable means of saving mankind from thermonuclear destruction. ABN Conference appeals to the free world to help by all means, in particular with modern weapons, to those nations which fight already with the arms in their hands against communism slavery, imposed on them by Moscow and its hirelings, in particular in Afghanistan, Nicaragua, Angola, Cambodia, Vietnam, and other freedom-loving people in Asia, Latin America, and Africa. ABN Conference supports the liberation struggle of the Cuban nation and appeals to the free world to help Cuban freedom fighters to overthrow Castro. If that succeeds, this would create a great blow to the Soviet-Russian proxy for the freedom-loving, and also, a great blow to the Soviet-Russian expansion in Africa, where Castro troops carry out Soviet-Russian proxy war against the freedom-loving African people. We demand that the Soviet Union stop the military material and arms delivery shipment to the government of Nicaragua, as well as other countries in Central America. ABN Conference supports the freedom fighters of FDN, headed by the Unidad Nicaragüense Opositora, UNO, which is trying to liberate the people of Nicaragua. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, the last resolution I have has been presented by the U.S. contingency, by the U.S. delegates. I would also like to include this in the resolutions. Whereas the State Department has revealed a lack of understanding of the importance of psychological warfare by returning the Ukrainian political refugee Miroslav Medved back to the Soviet ship Marshal Konev, disregarding the right of political asylum. Whereas the decision of the U.S. Senate Committee, chaired by Senator Jesse Helms, as well as the appeal of the President of the AFL-CIO, Mr. Lane Kirkland, and of the broad circles of the American public in favor of Miroslav Medved, were grossly ignored by the U.S. State Department. Therefore, we demand that the State Department should resume the case of Miroslav Medved, since it has done irreparable damage to the cause of the subjugated nations and all freedom-loving people, in order to prevent a similar situation of ever occurring, destroying the American tradition to grant political asylum to refugees. It is also resolved that we express our sincere appreciation to Senator Jesse Helms, the entire U.S. Senate Committee of Agriculture, as well as the Senate, the Judiciary and Foreign Relations Committee of the House of Representatives, President of AFL-CIO, Mr. Lane Kirkland, and the American public at large, which defended the right of a political refugee from an evil empire, the Ukrainian Miroslav Medved. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Potter. Is some comment or some recommendation? Please. Mr. Zhang Xi.
My name is Wang Xi.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Wang Xi. On behalf of the Third World Anti-Communist League, on behalf of the World Youth Anti-Communist League, on behalf of the Young Vietnamese for Freedom, we greatly support a very clear and specific resolution issued by the ABN Conference in London on today's date at this time. Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Moore.
Mr. Chairman, among the liberation movement, I don't know whether it was the title it didn't hear or whether it was omitted, Croatian liberation movement. And I would like to be put in the
with the rest.
May I answer before Mrs. Potter finds it? As I remember, there was clear statement for independence of Croatia.
Yes, that's true. But among the liberation movements, Croatian liberation movements,
I think there was general statement about not specifying. We didn't specify. Could you find, Mrs. Potter? Anyhow, if there is not mentioned and others are mentioned, we would suggest to add.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
I will
Mr.
add that.
Mason. Mr. Mason.
I just want to make an additional comment about a very serious incident which it appears even people here have forgotten, and that shows how short memories can be. I have an additional wording, and I'd like to put it to you. The EFC-ABN London Conference condemns without reservation the Soviet siege of the American embassy in Afghanistan, and considers that it was a brazen attempt to bring unbearable pressure upon the United States in the build-up to the Geneva summit. This conference demands that the United States and the West never weaken under such threats, Soviet threats and Soviet intimidation.
I believe you meant Pakistan, sir, is that correct? The Soviet siege where?
In Afghanistan.
In Afghanistan.
Mrs. Potter, do you agree to accept that?
Yes.
And the other members?
Yes.
Could you give me written this?
Why don't you cut it out and I'll just include the real wording? I think it is.
Yes, good. Mr. Quire.
I would like to one thing to be added in this resolution. Nobody mentioned in this 2 days conference this about the abducted children. Now about 75,000 innocent children, they've been taken from their parents and they are taking them to Soviet Union, Soviet Russia, especially in Soviet Russia, East Germany, and Cuba. They are educating them and brainwashing them. In future, in world, they will be trained as a terrorist and puppets. That's serious crime. We should condemn them that, and we are against that. From these 75,000 children, it's about 25,000 of them from Afghanistan, Afghan children.
Mr. Quire, I hope that I am speaking on behalf of all that we wholeheartedly support your proposition. Dr. Ramishvili.
Dr. Ramishvili, Georgia. I would like two very short additions, if we could, kindly. Firstly, the release of all the persecuted Helsinki monitoring groups, and mentioning there Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Armenian, Georgian, and the others, you see, the firstly. Secondly, to allow the repatriation home of the deported 300,000 Meshetians. They're the Georgian Muslims, the oldest Georgian tribe, and also the deported Crimean Tatars and the Volga Germans. They should be allowed to return home. Crimean, that's right. But the Meshetians have been forgotten by everybody. There are 300,000, and they are our all people. Thank you.
Mr. Wallace? You wanted to? What, please?
Mrs. Potter, I would like to ask you and the delegates to please include, when you talk about UNO, that this organization also supports KISAN, K-I-S-A-N, which is the new organization of the Mosquito Indians, the first one that they have been able to form without the help of the Sandinista. And at this point, my wife is not here because she is trying desperately to make a communications point, because the Minister of Interior, which is the police in Nicaragua, is trying desperately to break that particular organization up. And she felt it was more responsible for her to be there than to hear. So please, let the record show that this organization, ABN, EFC, does recognize KISAN, K-I-S-A-N, which is the legitimate Mosquito Indian organization of Nicaragua.
Thank you, Mr. Walls. I have only to remind that these resolutions are on behalf of Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations Conference, and EFC has issued its statement, which we had already accepted before. I would now suggest that all these proposals, until now submitted, be included, and Mrs. Potter would be so kind as to edit them, and I would now, there was already suggestions made that we have to accept, this was moved for acceptance. Is there anybody to second? Dr. Dorchev seconds. Is somebody in the hall who is against these resolutions? No. Please, who is for? I understand that it is accepted unanimously. Thank you very much for all your cooperation. Please remain a bit seated. We have now finished this section of our conference. The conference is yet not finished. We are invited now for a dinner. We will enjoy our dinner. During the dinner, please, who would like tomorrow to address the demonstration in front of the Russian embassy, please put your name on the list. We need speakers, loud speakers like our Mr. Morgan, Mr. Wallace, and with strong voices we had today Dr. Hyde and many others who had such a strong voice, and Mr. Habib Mayer, of course. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will adjourn and we will have dinner. We are all invited. Please, before you leave, I would like to say that Mr. Glogowski from League gave us 2 statues of late Patriarch Slipy, Cardinal Slipy, Ukraine Patriarch, and they will be presented tomorrow, but he is leaving today, so we are thankful to him for this, his gracious gifts, and now we adjourn.
Yep, it makes me smile.
I've just come up to working on the show. You're both in the door, press the button, and you'll get the flag.
Is that an internal police guard?
Colonel, diplomatic protection group. There's all the embassies down here, so they have to stand on the embassies. So they change over every 4 hours or something.
Long way down there. Ten naši.
Co? Na kým se? Tu. To tam je administrace, bačte. Celý bude jenom to.
some particular views or topic you've not been able to get across?
I doubt if I'd bring up any issues. I spoke my piece for about 45 minutes straight, so...
Sorry.
Excuse me.
Mr. Morgan, could you tell us your impressions of the ABN EFC conference?
I was very pleased with the conference. I was very happy to see the number of nations represented here. I see that I believe the embers have changed across the world today, particularly in Europe, and I'm glad to see that not only in the U.S. are we beginning to awaken, but also here in Europe. I'm glad to see that there's a more than concern that people are ready to start taking action and not just words. I think if there was a theme of the conference from all of the speakers that got up and said something, the guest speakers, the people who spoke from the floor, it was that most of us are tired of just talking about what the Soviets are doing, but that it's time for us to start doing some action, and that there is an action that can be done. Something very positive, many things that are very positive. We can start things in with our parliaments, with Congress, and the various nations. That's important, but there's also things that we can do in private committee to see that the Soviets are not welcomed as much as they are now in the various free world nations. Specifically, they had indicated in several of the speeches about the strategic defense initiative, worrying about that being some of our plans and some of our secrets being stolen by so-called journalists, so-called academia, so-called businessmen from the Soviet Union. But specifically, we can make these gentlemen not feel quite so comfortable as they walk the streets in solicitation of these secrets. And I certainly, in the United States, will be leading an effort to do this. I can see counterparts here. I'm meeting tomorrow with some that very possibly would be doing the same thing in Europe, and I'm glad to see that. Like I said, the underlying, I believe, feeling that I got out of the conference, I was glad to see youth. I was glad to see those that were in their 20s and 30s being involved and being concerned and looking for action also. For in years past, I've seen the ABN and the EFC conferences where we didn't see as many youth, but now we're seeing that, and I'm glad to see that. That's a good feeling to see this renovation of the spirit against communism.
And what about the demonstration today? Do you think that such demonstrations will help the cause of ABN?
The demonstrations will help. They're a part of the psychological warfare, if you will. They're necessary for media. They're necessary to keep before the public our cause, but by the same token, they're not enough in themselves. As conferences, speeches, all of these things are good. They have their place, but in themselves, they're not enough, for we're certainly in warfare. And if you look at any of the literature that was on the back table at the conference and look through at some of the pictures of some of the atrocities of the Soviets, then you can see very readily who we're up against and the inhumanity that we're up against. And as I said in my speech yesterday, you fight fire with fire.
I think on that note we can finish. Thank you very much. Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Thank you.
Panie profesore, які ваші погляди на цьогорічну конференцію АБН?
Я думаю, що конференція дуже вдала. Розумієте, немає нічого без якогось але, деяких недотягнень, але конференція вдала була. Головні доповіді були. Ще раз назвати.
Ще раз. І не шускати, бо що це такий сенситивний мікрофон, що ми не перепрошую.
Прошу.
Пане професоре, які ваші погляди на цьогорічну конференцію АБН?
Я думаю, що конференція є наскрізь вдала. Розумієте, нема речей без яких застережень, дрібних недотягнень. Ніколи того не можна оминути, але коли розходиться про програму, про головні доповіді, про основну ідеологічну основу конференції, а саме верхні і низові межі стратегії оборони і визволення. Переведені дуже логічно, дуже добре, все трималося, так би мовити, головної теми. Думаю тільки, що панелі поодинокі були обсаджені трошки забагато людьми. І через це, може, воно трошки протягалося. Я думаю, що конференція разом з Європейською Радою визволення то добра думка, бо тоді ми маємо ширшу базу. І я думаю, що коли йдеться про усвідомлення зовнішнього світу, та конференція також своє зробить, бо ми мали досить чужих гостей, почавши від генерала, почавши від Вілкінсона, потім Беннета чи Мерфого, який заступав радіо Liberty, чи, прошу вас, репрезентантів парламенту. Це все свою роботу напевно зробить.
Совєтський Союз вважає, що це є дружба народів, а ви вважаєте, що це є Російська імперія. Наскільки ви думаєте, ці народи є свідомі, що вони поневолені?
Якщо про мене розходиться, я може досить радикальний в своїх поглядах. Я вважаю, що це не є жоден Совєтський Союз, то є Росія. Точка. Різні народи не мають нічого до говорення, зрештою, більшість з нас це знає. Хто тільки служить московським інтересам, там може вибитися, може зайти до найвищої класи, так званої номенклатури, як сьогодні її прозивають. Якщо хтось виломиться, так би мовити, з тих рамок служби всеросійським інтересам, він моментально тратить свою позицію від найвищих щеблів до найнижчих, втратить позицію в номенклатурі, тратить позицію, скажімо, в середній інтелігенції, чи позицію навіть в робітничому класі, чи в колгоспі. І кінчає або на арешті, або на засланні. І тому, кажу, номенклатура, назва Совєтський Союз є абсолютно облудною, і то вже був початок того, що ми нині маємо, тобто масова акція переведжена через кагебістів, тобто дезорієнтації, дезінформації і зведення західного світу на манівці через свою політику.
Professor Chirosky, you have written several books on the Russian Empire.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, many people feel that Ukraine is a part of Russia. Could you explain this, please?
It was my main object when I was writing small story on Russia, Introduction to Russian History. And then when I started a big project of the history of Russian Empire, of that big project only one volume has been published. And I think the most important volume in which I analyzed exactly that controversial problem. Ukraine, Russia is a Kievan Empire, Kievan state, this first stage or one of the early stages of the growth of the Ukrainian people and Ukrainian statehood, or what Russians maintain is the beginning of the Russian history. And I clearly presented the objective, namely that Kiev and the Kiev state was definitely one of the early stages in the development of the Ukrainian people and not of the Russian people. It is a grand larceny, a grand robbery and theft in which Soviets and of course Russians, which is more appropriate name, Russians, always dealt with great perfection. Conquering people, taking from them not only like they took from us the name, but culture, civilization, social order, whatever ideologies in order to use them to expand the Russian empire, to serve the interest of Russian imperialism.
Nonetheless, the Soviet Union claims that it is a brotherhood of nations, yet you still consider this to be the old Russian Empire?
Of course, it is an old Russian Empire, and the name, the Soviet Union, or the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, was the first stage of what, as I pointed out a few minutes ago, the first stage to start that psychological warfare by misrepresenting facts, by lies, by distortion of the truth. As a matter of fact, I wrote lately a little booklet on that problem, namely the booklet entitled Ukraine in the Second World War. Whatever Russians want, they want to confuse the Western opinion, telling them that this is the brotherly land of all Soviet nationalities which are merging into one Soviet people. That's baloney. This has nothing common with the true facts of life. Whoever visited the Soviet Union lately noticed definitely the resurgence and revival of the self-consciousness, awareness of individual nationalities which were forced sooner or later, starting, let's say, 18th century or perhaps even 20th century, the resurgence of national awareness and consequently a march toward the final date when the Soviet Union as a grand lie would be liquidated. I would like to suggest to read Solzhenitsyn's letter to the Politburo, where he indicated that this imperialistic drive is going to finish up the Russian interests. He suggested that Russia should withdraw to her ethnic boundaries, and in this way only Russia will be preserved from I would say perhaps from the Holocaust, which will bring everything down to a fall.
Thank you very much, Professor.
You're welcome.
Anna Cohen,
Dr. Bonner.
from Save the Oppressed People Committee in Washington. Okay.
We have with us Dr. Bonner Cohen from the Save the Oppressed People Committee in Washington. Dr. Cohen, could you tell us what your impressions of the ABN conference?
I must say I was very impressed by the ABN conference. I was impressed not only by the dedication and the solidarity shown by the people representing so many captured nations around the world. I think what was particularly encouraging was the fact that so many young people of a younger generation, just in the beginning 20s and 30 years of age, people who in 10 to 15 years will be in positions of responsibility and are determined that the countries from which their parents and their grandparents have been expelled will someday be free countries, just as Great Britain is a free country today.
And this afternoon there was a demonstration. Do you think that such events help the cause?
Very definitely. It is fashionable among those of the political left to demonstrate. I think those who really believe in human rights, not only human rights on paper, but human rights in reality, should demonstrate, should focus public opinion on the real worst violators of human rights on the face of the earth, and there can be no doubt that these worst human rights violators can be found behind the Iron Curtain. To be sure, these are not the only human rights violators on the face of the earth. Regrettably, I think of the 158 nations represented in the United Nations, approximately 120 to 125 are dictatorships. Nevertheless, in those places where the Soviet Union or its surrogates obtain power, either directly or indirectly, human rights cease to exist, and they cease to exist permanently.
think we can finish on that moment. Thank you. Okay. Was there anything else that you'd like to bring up which we didn't?
Not offhand. 5 minutes from now I'll think of something, but but not right now.
We just wanted 2 or 3 questions with everybody just to...
Okay, certainly. What was that I just did? What organization was that?
Sorry. And recording of the event. We just record various events in our own community, first of all in Bradford.
Excellent.
But national events as well.
All right.
We record that. So it's for our
happy
archives.
to have cooperated. Happy
Yes,
to have cooperated. Best of luck.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our organization was involved in the attempt in the United States to bring about the release of Yaroslav Medved,
Oh yes.
the Ukrainian seaman.
Maybe you would like to talk about this?
Yes. Okay, fine. Okay, fine.
Could you tell us something about the work which your organization has been involved in?
Just recently, we were deeply involved in the attempt to bring about the release of the Ukrainian seaman Miroslav Medved. Mr. Medved is the young man who jumped ship in New Orleans and who made an attempt to defect to the West. Unfortunately, thanks to the incredible incompetence of some American officials on the local level, Mr. Medved was taken back aboard the Soviet ship, where he was tortured and drugged, something which has been admitted by the Soviet sailors who themselves were on the ship. Mr. Medved then made an attempt to escape that ship, whereupon he was taken back to the Soviet ship a second time. Upon hearing this story, our organization, which is deeply involved in human rights violations throughout the world in general, but behind the Iron Curtain in particular, working closely with other Ukrainian organizations as well as with such senators as Senator Jesse Helms of North Carolina and Senator Gordon Humphrey of New Hampshire, attempted to focus public opinion on the fate of Mr. Medved. We organized a freedom flotilla on the Mississippi River. It was our attempt to harass the Soviet grain freighter, the Marshal Konyev, as much as was humanly possible, in the hope that the publicity brought about by our attempts would lead President Reagan to intervene in this matter and to allow Mr. Medved another opportunity to leave the Soviet ship and to make a free determination as to whether he wanted to stay in the West or return to the Soviet Union. We have no doubt that Mr. Medved's human rights were violated in an atrocious manner while aboard the Soviet ship, tortured and drugged as he was by his Soviet captors. And we have no doubt that Mr. Medved faces further human rights violations upon his return to the Soviet Union. That being the case, we felt it was imperative that everything under the face of the sun be done in order to bring about the release of Mr. Medved. We were lastly unsuccessful. Nevertheless, we feel that our efforts on Mr. Medved's behalf will perhaps mean in the future that American authorities will handle such cases with much more intelligence and with much more sensitivity than they did in this effort. And we are prepared today, tomorrow, next week, whenever, to go to the front, to go to the trenches for the next Miroslav Medved, as we believe that upholding human rights, upholding the dignity of human beings is the #1 priority of organizations such as ours.
Does the story of Miroslav Medved have any similarities with that of Simas Kudirka, the Lithuanian?
Yes, very much so. You had the same, to be very blunt about it, you had the same degree of stupidity 15 years ago in the case of the Lithuanian seaman that you had now. In this particular case, it was tragic in the following sense. The original interpreter for Mr. Medved was a Ukrainian lady living in New York. When asked whether the man wanted to defect or not, she said, yes, Mr. Medved wants to defect to the United States. When asked, did that mean that Mr. Medved was seeking political asylum in the United States, a misunderstanding arose. As you know, in English as in Ukrainian, the word asylum has two distinct meanings. One meaning political asylum, freedom. The other meaning asylum as in an insane asylum for people who are mentally disturbed. Given the Soviet context of what an insane asylum means in the Soviet Union, the KGB puts people in insane asylums for espousing the same views that I am espousing right now. This is a political measure aimed at reducing dissent. Mr. Medved, upon hearing the word asylum, apparently became terribly confused, thinking insane asylum rather than political asylum. When the Ukrainian interpreter from New York by telephone attempted to explain this to the American officials on the ground in New Orleans, they became confused and made the truly tragic decision to allow Mr. Medved to be taken back aboard the Soviet ship. This was something that was perhaps influenced by some misunderstandings, some linguistic misunderstandings. But what really disturbs us and continues to disturb us was the fact that here was a man who was clearly expressing the will to defect to the West and to defect from the Soviet Union. Because after he was brought aboard the Soviet ship the first time, he jumped back into the water. The Mississippi River is a very treacherous river. It has very dangerous currents. It's not like jumping in a lake. It's not like jumping in a swimming pool. You're jumping into a very dangerous river. Mr. Medved swam back to the shore only to be sent back to the ship by American officials who demonstrated a remarkable degree of incompetency, and regrettably it looked as if our officials on the local level did not draw the proper conclusions from the case of the Lithuanian sailor 15 years ago. We had hoped that these problems would be solved. Regrettably, they weren't. Perhaps after there has been such a tremendous public uproar within the United States and as well as in the international community about the way in which Mr. Medved's case was handled, we hope that this will be the last such case, and we hope that in the future there will be no more cases such as Mr. Medved's. Okay, and certainly enjoy it. Okay, thank you.
I'm certainly glad that you brought that.
Okay, fine. Yeah. Okay, now I have a booklet upstairs, which is preliminary, explaining what we attempted to do in Louisiana. My people back in Washington put this together for me to bring over here to London. I can go to my hotel room and get one for you. Now, I can give you a lot better one in about 2 weeks, because what we have now, we have all these reports being sent from the American and Canadian press being sent to us. And what we now have in about 15 or 20 pages, we're going to have in 40 or 50 pages. In fact, we have one of our interns going through the Library of Congress in Washington, going after every newspaper clip he possibly can go through. So I think I'm down to about 2, but let me bring you one now. Yeah, I've got that address.
If there's any other information at all that you could supply us, not only on Ukrainians, but on others.
I'll be happy to do that. Okay, I'll go upstairs now. Well, that's what we're doing. We are putting together a video in Washington about our whole attempts to save Mr. Medved's life. Because as far as we're concerned, he's dead. Now, he might be kept alive for the next 40 years, but it's life in the gulag, and we all know what that means. But we are putting together a video which we'll use for our own fundraising. Fine, because in the United States, these things, that's how we live. Tax-deductible contributions, which I found out something that something that doesn't exist in England, which is most unfortunate. But in any event, I can go upstairs and I'll bring you a booklet with clips from the New York Times, the Washington Times, Washington was the pictures, because we were the people that got together the flotilla on the Mississippi River, and we called our boat to the boat that was our lead boat, the Freedom Warrior, and the Freedom Warrior was the one who was going. As I said, we failed, but maybe next time we'll be successful.
Medved case, tell us a little bit about that.
Right, we got involved with the Medved case as soon as we heard from the State Department.
We better start from the beginning. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Саме мусить. Так зачинати, щоб люди знали.
All right. Do you want me to identify myself?
Yes.
No problem.
It's Mrs. Potter.
My name is Roxalana Potter. I'm the chairperson of the New York Metropolitan AFABN, which stands for American Friends of Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations.
You've been very busy, especially in the past few weeks, regarding the Miroslav Medved case. Could you tell us a little bit more about this, please?
Yes, we got involved the Friday when we heard from the State Department that Miroslav Medved had been turned over to the boat, at which point we mobilized the Congress, the Senate, we mobilized the White House, as well as the State Department. Within one day, which is Monday, we were able to call all the ethnic groups throughout the United States, as well as the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America, which is a national group that encompasses all the Ukrainian organizations. We were able to contact all the states. Therefore, within one day, we mobilized United States. And I would say that within 2-3 days, the response was outrageously grand as far as we were concerned. Unfortunately, due to the fact that the State Department tremendously bombed this situation, they made quite a few mistakes. And rather than admitting the mistakes and trying to rectify them, they figured that it would be easier for them to try to push it under the rug and pretend it never happened. The interview that, quote, they claimed they had with Miroslav Medved when he was released from the ship, we have very serious questions about that interview. Number one, he was under the influence of drugs, and this was admitted by the State Department that he was indeed under the influence of drugs. Number two, he was in a state of fear, and the psychiatrist, when he interviewed him, stated that he admitted that he had been threatened and that he seemed to be intimidated. Yet at the same time, the psychiatrist stated that he acted immature. We feel that it's grossly inaccurate to state that somebody's acting immature when somebody's under the influence of drugs, because we do know that that is one of the side effects of drugs, to do act immaturely. Therefore, we are terribly disappointed. We had our young people that immediately flew to New Orleans, and they had ships, and with the ships they went up to the Konyev, where Medved was staying, shouting slogans, speaking to them in Ukrainian, and asking the sailors to jump and that we would be protecting them. One of the officers of the ship came up and shouted to them in Ukrainian, don't waste your time shouting, because Medved is at the bottom of the ship in chains. We have this on the tape. I called the State Department the following day as soon as the information came to me, and I indicated to the gentleman that we had the tape and that this was the situation, and yet how could the Soviet claim that this man did not want to defect when indeed they had him in chains and under torture during the time that he was still in New Orleans. The State Department response was totally, I really cannot find the right word to describe it. To say callous is to put it mildly. He laughed and he said, I really could not care less, because as far as we're concerned, the situation is closed. We had a tremendous response from all the senators and the congressmen, and we feel very positive about it, because up till the last minute, President Reagan had to make a decision. Unfortunately, the decision for him would have been a very strong decision, because the only way to intervene at that situation would have been with arms. And we believe that because of the Geneva Accord coming up, we believe that probably President Reagan did not want to make an issue out of this. And unfortunately, a man's life was lost because of the bureaucratic shambles that were created.
Що може було б щоб ми могли б знімати цю справу говорити, але українською мовою.
Добре. Так.
Власне, я думаю, що це надзвичайно цікаве. Ви якраз перед нами пані Роксоляна Поттер, яка була головною організаторкою в обороні
Мирослава
Медведа.
Так. Ми довідалися про ситуацію 2 дні по тим, як його вернули до корабля. Проблема є, що та особа, що толкувала від української мови на англійську, вона працювала для Стейт департаменту, і та особа боялася сказати, що така ситуація є, бо вона думала, що її робота є перша, а її українське, скажімо, відповідальність є друге. То є одна проблема, що ми мали, що ми запізно довідалися. Але як ми довідалися, то за той понеділок ми за один день цілу Америку змобілізували. Ми змобілізували всіх українців і всі поневолені нації, що з нами працюють, і крім того також наші американські приятелі. Так що значить, що того дня всі конгресмени і всі сенатори в Америці дістали телеграми і телефони від наших людей, від наших приятелів. Крім того, ми також всі післали телеграми до Стейт департамент, до Білого дому і до пана Рейгана, то є Рейган. Ситуація була така, що вся публіка була з нами, вся преса перший раз була з нами, що й Сенат, що й Конгрес, AFL-CIO, то є організація моряків і взагалі всіх юній в Америці. Президент також по нашому боці вийшов. Але проблема якраз була, що Стейт департамент страшно багато помилків зробив. І тому, що вони зробили ті всі помилки, замість ті помилки поправити, то вони хотіли то закрити перед публікою. То не було закрите. Але ситуація дійшла до такого моменту, що сенатори і конгресмени, як стрінулися з Рейганом, його просили, щоб він його врятував. Але Рейган міг тоді рішитися, що як він його буде рятувати, то він може тільки рятувати з військом. І ми думаємо, що багато вплило на його, скажімо, децизію Женева, що він до Женеви мав від'їжджати на другий тиждень, і він не хотів якраз мати таку ситуацію перед Женевою. Але прикро нам сказати, що то життя було страчено без ніякої причини.
Чи можна робити порівняння зі справою литовцем Сима Скудирка?
Абсолютно. Ми той сам тиждень також мали переслухання в Стейт департаменті, і Кудирка якраз виступав. І також виступала та перекладачка українка. І вони якраз сказали, Кудирка сказав, то є та сама ситуація, люди, що ви робите з ним? Та його заб'ють, як той корабель від'їде. Так що вони всі з нами працювали. І тому Джесі Хелмс також, він тепер ще має переслідування. Так що то не є кінець історії. Скажімо, ми знаємо, що ми стратили, що він є вже мертвий, або як ні, то його тортурують. Але ми хочемо, щоб то ніколи в житті не повторилося. І тому ми тепер натискаємо на Сенат і на Конгрес, щоб то все вийшло на гору, щоб ті всі шкандали, щоб ті всі бруди, щоб вони поповнили, щоб то все вийшло і пішло до рекорду.
Що на тим мусимо кінчати. Я дуже вам дякую вас за ці актуальні інформації.
Дуже дякую. До побачення.
Just lower down the scale, people.
Ladies and gentlemen, pray silence for Reverend Father Station to say the grace.
Во ім'я Отця і Сина і Святого Духа. Амінь. Во ім'я Отця і Сина і Святого Духа. Амінь. Во ім'я Отця і Сина і Святого Духа. Амінь. Отче наш, єси на небесах, нехай святиться ім'я Твоє, нехай прийде царство Твоє, нехай буде воля Твоя, як на небі, так і на
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I trust you enjoyed your dinner, and I sincerely hope that you will enjoy the after proceedings. Mr. Yaroslav Stecько, Mrs. Slava Stecько, Mr. John Wilkinson, Member of Parliament, Mr. Gary Warner, Member of Parliament. How nice to see you amongst us, Gary. We greatly appreciate that you have come here this evening and give us your moral support. It was nice. It was nice of you to come and participate last Thursday, and I hope that your participation will continue. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a very great pleasure to introduce to you the honored guests that are sitting on my left, and not literally on my left, but as it happened, and on my right, which I'm also very pleased. And forgive me if some of the guests on my left are on my right, and on my right are on my left. But when I shall mention their names, then I am sure you'll be able to identify them. Mr. Dmitriev on my left. Mr. Dmitriev is a leading personality of the Ukrainian Liberation Movement, and he also is the chairman of the Association of Ukrainians in Great Britain, and long may he continue. Mr. Trong Kwan-si, co-chairman. Oh, I am awfully sorry, he has departed. Nevertheless, Mr. Trong Kwan-si is the co-chairman of the World Youth for Freedom WACL chapter, chairman of the Young Vietnamese for Freedom, chairman of the Third World Anti-Communist League. Jonah. I beg your pardon, my English and my Ukrainian. Mr. Yuna, I've been just corrected, is a representative of Konfederacja Polski Niepodległych. Mr. Ari Wódka. Mr. Wódka is a former long-term political prisoner of the Soviet Russian concentration camps. He recently resides in Israel. He is the author of many articles and commentaries on concentration camps in Soviet Russia, oppression of nations and peoples. He is the author of Moskovchena, an analysis of contemporary Soviet Russia and its communist system, published in Ukrainian and Russian language. Mr. Wódka has traveled through England, America and Canada on lecture tours promoting the rights of the subjugated nation. Mr. Wódka. Dr. Nicholas Chirovsky. Dr. Chirovsky is the president of the American Friends of the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations, national chairman of the Organization for Defense of 4 Freedoms of Ukraine, long-time activist in the Ukrainian liberation movement. Mr. Sergei Soldatov. Mr. Soldatov is a prominent member of the Estonian underground movement. Mr. Soldatov was a sole co-editor of the periodical Estonian Democrats and Estonian National Voice. He was imprisoned with Vasil Stutz, a Ukrainian poet and political prisoner who died on September 4, 1985, wrote on April 4, 1979. I remember Sergei Soldatov as one of the most honorable people I have ever met. After serving his sentence, Mr. Soldatov was expelled from the Soviet Union. Mr. Soldatov resides with his wife in West Germany. Their son, however, has not been allowed to join him. What a shame. Dr. Andrea Illich. Dr. Illich is a leading member of the Croatian liberation movement, and also ABN Croatian represents in Europe. And the colorful man himself, Dr. Jimmy Morgan. Dr. Morgan is the Texas State Chairman of the Conservative Caucuses. He is also the State Executive Committeeman for the Republican Party. He has worked with President Reagan on a White House fellowship for 1 year. He is an author, publisher, and the editor of the Political Journal. He is also chairman of the Texas Grassroots Coalition. He is a precinct chairman, present chairman, county commissioner, and the election judge. Mr. Morgan has been fighting communism since 1965 in Vietnam. He has served on staff of the U.S. Congress, worked for the CIA for 3 years, and is the author of the book, The Strategy of Communism Today. Dr. Morgan is a lecturer and hosts the radio talk show Issues with Issues. Dr. Morgan stated, as long as I have breath, as long as my sons and daughters live, as long as my finances can survive after my death, I will fight communism and its evil ends of world domination and slavery. And may I say, on my right, Mrs. Yaroslava Stecько. Ladies and gentlemen, if I would have to read or speak on behalf of Mrs. Stecьko, we'll be having breakfast here tomorrow morning. And therefore, all I would like to say that the lady is not for turning, you or otherwise. She is a leading member of the Ukraine liberation movement, and long may she continue. Mrs. Stefania Bushkovana. Bukshovana, this is my Welsh pronunciation, not Ukrainian. Bukshovana, I am very sorry, and my apology. This is going to cost me a double brandy afterwards. Mrs. Bukshovana is the vice chairperson of the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America, the umbrella organization for all Ukrainian organizations in the United States, a great supporter of the ABN, as well as very active member, Mrs. Bukshovana. Dr. Ivan Dochev. Dr. Dochev. Forget about it first. He is the honorary president of the Bulgarian National Front, a core founder of the ABN, former long-time chairman of the American Friends of the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations, Dr. Dochev. Dr. Dochev, my sincere apologies. Mr. Habib Meir. I am convinced that the applause was not for my pronunciation. Mr. Mayor is the United States leader of the Mujahideen, Afghan freedom fighters, and may they long continue. Mr. Glinsky is a leading member of the Belarusian liberation movement, also the chairman of the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations in Great Britain for many years. Likewise, long may he continue. Dr. Ramishvili. Is a leading member of the Georgian liberation movement. And knowing Dr. Ramishvili, his vigilance and his determination, I am sure he is going to continue for many, many more years to come. Mr. Thompson. Is a leading member of the Latvian liberation movement and the chairman of the Bradford chapter of Captive Nation. Good luck to him as well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm awfully sorry and I apologize. I have had no briefing on Mr. Thomas Yunus, who is one of the Lithuanian leaders. My sincere apology. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with great honor, pleasure, and humbleness, I stand before you to introduce our guest and main speaker, although we have two main speakers, but the first speaker, which I am going to introduce to you, it is a very great honor to me in particular, because this speaker is my idol. This speaker is a gentleman who is holding the torch of freedom, freedom for all the countries, without I haven't got to mention it to you, because there are too many of them who are now enslaved and tyrannized by the oppression of Marxism and communism. And why it is such a great honor and humbleness? Because there is no parallel between me and this great gentleman, except to say that we were born both on the Ukrainian soil, and that I, so fortunate, so lucky, so privileged of now being a British politician, member of the British Parliament, the House of Commons, which I consider to be the cradle of democracy, mother of Parliament, and just like he, so do I hope one day, so we all, that the Russian Empire, communism and Marxism will be obliterated from the face of the world. It's something which I never thought I will have the privilege to speak on behalf of such a great man, of such a great leader. And I am sure I said sufficiently that you know exactly whom I mean. And I mean exactly our beloved Yaroslav Stecьko. Very briefly indeed, I will just remind you, although so many of you know so much about Mr. Stecьko, nevertheless, I think it is my duty, my privilege, and dedication to the man that I want to repeat his past and his present, and I am convinced his future. And that is that Mr. Yaroslav Stecьko, President of the Central Committee of the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations, with headquarters in Munich, West Germany, has actively and staunchly fought against Russia and Bolshevism for over 50 years. a native of Ternopil, Ukraine, Mr. Stecько began his career as a Ukrainian anti-communist political fighter for the independence of the Ukraine at the early age of 14 years of age, when he joined the Ukrainian underground liberation movement as an active member of the Ukrainian military organization and subsequently the organization of the Ukrainian nationalists. On June 30, 1941, as deputy leader of the OUN, he proclaimed at the National Assembly the restoration of independence of the Ukraine in Lviv, Western Ukraine, and was elected the Prime Minister of the National Assembly. His refusal to withdraw the proclamation and his lack of cooperation with the Hitler regime caused him to be arrested and sent to concentration camp at Sachsenhausen from September 15, 1941 to September 1944. In December 1944, he escaped from the Gestapo surveillance at Berlin to Bratislava, then Vienna, Prague, and Munich. In the autumn of 1943, under the auspices of the powerful political and military force of the Ukrainian insurgent army, a conference of liberation movement of 13 nationalities was convened and resulted in the creation of the ABN. In 1946, Mr. Stecько was elected president of the Central Committee of the ABN and holds the office until the present day. In the same year, he was also elected member of the Presidium of the OUN. General Taras Chuprenko, Commander-in-Chief of the Ukrainian Insurgent Army, and Stefan Bandera, Chairman, were the other two members. Both, regrettably, very regrettably indeed, were killed. Stefan Bandera was assassinated on October 15, 1959 in Munich by the KGB agents. General Chuprenko died in battle against the NKVD troops in March 5th, 1950. Remember, the war finished in 1945, in 1950 in the Ukraine. In 1968, Yaroslav Stecько was elected chairman of the organization of the Ukrainian nationalists. As president of the ABN, he has engaged all efforts in promoting the ideals of the ABN, has traveled extensively throughout the world to ensure the cooperation and unity with all the anti-communist organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, I've said enough. I'm convinced you know enough about our great man, about our great leader. And it gives me honor, privilege, and pleasure to pray for your silence for the Right Honorable Yaroslav Stecьko, former Prime Minister of the Ukraine, leader of the OUN, President of the ABN, to address us. Mr. Yaroslav Stecьko.
Thank you very much, Stefan, for your warmest words of introduction. President, Honorable John Wilkinson, Honorable Stefan Tereletsky, Honorable Jerry Warren, Reverend Father, dear co-fighters for freedom, ladies and gentlemen. Over the last 40 years, one great myth has persisted in most political circles concerning the Soviet Russian Empire, namely the impossibility of dismantling it without the threat of thermonuclear war. Today, the myth must be rejected. A three-stage process by which Soviet Russian imperialism can be liquidated without the direct use of Western military force is emerging. Two stages have already materialized. Firstly, there is a growing recognition by the oppositionary forces inside the nations subject to Moscow's rule, directly or by proxy, that the foreign domination is total, hence they no longer see a middle ground, a point of reconciliation between themselves and the Kremlin and its puppet regimes. The notion of possible communist rule with so-called human face is there. The idea of national liberation through revolutionary struggle is alive and maturing rapidly. Secondly, the West has recently made a series of breakthroughs in the field of high technology. This, in turn, has made the Russians vulnerable on two levels. In particular, the enormous space-based communication systems that the West has deployed have made the Iron Curtain completely penetrable to information from the West. In general, the West's technological advancements are increasing the pressure on the Kremlin to broaden the use and knowledge of high technology within its empire to dangerous proportions, as it can be used by the respective oppositional and revolutionary forces against it. The third stage has not yet materialized, but its theoretical outlines are clear. In essence, the West should make its technological resources available to the oppositional and revolutionary forces. With such resources in hand, the oppositional and revolutionary forces would be able to spread their concepts to all strata of their respective nations. Indeed, to unite the active partners of all subjugated nations. Furthermore, with the proper equipment from the West, the Kremlin's own technological advances, if they come, can be used against it. Clearly enlightened, the subjugated nations will be capable of enlarging mass insurgent movements aimed at liquidating the Soviet Russian Empire from within, making any Western military activity unnecessary. Let us examine the three stages more thoroughly. The first stage, rising consciousness. That the opposition forces within nations subjected to Russian domination are growing militant in their consciousness is clear from both their pronouncement and their actions. Gone out are the days of Dubček's Prague Spring, the heady days of solidarity and its attempts to negotiate change with the puppet Polish communist regime, and the days of various Helsinki groups hoping to gain concessions on human and national rights through legal recourse. The various elements of resistance have awakened to the fact that Soviet Russian imperialism is essentially different from all past historical imperialism, in that it attempts to forcibly implant a Russian communist. It is Bolshevik faith and philosophy of life on all social, political, economic, cultural and religious levels in the nations that it dominates. We have come to understand that such an assault the contact force. An entire nation mobilized towards breaking its chains. Finally, they have comprehended that such a mobilization can occur only if they completely reject Bolshevism in form and content and implement the subjugated nation's values and norms of life. Examples about Afghani opposition, for instance, to the Taraki and Amin regimes was constant, but moderate in form. Before 1979, the connection between the Afghan communists and the Kremlin was not completely clear. The Soviet-Russian invasion, however, settled the issue once and for all. Almost immediately, the Russians began to impose the anti-national Bolshevik way of life. Anyone who stood in the way was exterminated. The Afghan resistance, to its credit, achieved awareness quickly. Moreover, its response was decisive. The declaration of a holy war against the Russian invader. Most important, the war mobilized the entire Afghani population because the insurgent corps fell back on the most appropriate symbols at hand: God and nation. Today, 6 years later, the insurgency has proved its worth. The Russian Empire remains bogged down in a quagmire. Already, the Bolsheviks have suffered a moral defeat. Poland provides a second example. Before 1981, the leaders of Solidarity felt that they could effect fundamental change through negotiation. They did not realize that they were negotiating not with a Polish partner, but with Moscow itself, in the person of General Jaruzelski, who is maintained in power by a Bolshevik system of occupation, including Russian armed forces. After the crushing of Solidarity, matters changed dramatically. The persons who have survived and gone underground have come to an important realization, namely that national, social, cultural and political structures cannot be built parallel to communist Russian institutions, but only in diametric opposition to them in the course of a continuous liberation struggle. The realization has been underlined by Solidarity's underground leader, Ted Buyak, in a clandestine interview with the New York Times recently. Buyak now clearly calls for a long march of resistance to the colonial regime, building clandestine organizations in schools, factories, scientific, academic, and cultural institutions. Buyak believes that any type of legal form of struggle is no longer feasible. In an interview, he states that there exists a very strong resistance movement, a movement to boycott all institutions of the regime. Another example comes from Ukraine. There, the struggle against the Soviet-Russian occupation has gone through several phases. It is an historical fact that in the 1940s, the struggle of the heroic organization Ukrainian nationalists and Ukrainian insurgent army was militant in all aspects. But with its military defeat in the 1950s, a new generation of resistance grew up. In the 1960s, the opponents of Russian domination sought to cure abuses by stressing the issue of national and human rights, often falling back on the Soviet constitution. When they were crushed through mass arrests, they were replaced by the Helsinki groups, who tried to use international accords to prevent Bolshevik denial of these rights. They too were crushed in the late 1970s. The lesson has been learned. The present increased struggle centers around the Ukrainian Catholic Church in the catacombs. According to the chronicles of the group Smart to the West, it unifies the national patriotic ideas with the faith in God and asserts the right of the nation and its institutions to exist and evolve freely. It rejects Bolshevism completely and is attempting to build an alternative around the pillars of Ukrainian nationhood, its catacomb Ukrainian churches, and revolutionary nationalist forces, organization of Ukrainian nationalists. Similar situation exists in Lithuania, Turkestan, Georgia, Latvia, Estonia, Belarus, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, Croatia, Azerbaijan, and also in Vietnam, Nicaragua, or Angola. Clearly, the matters of resistance in the various subjugated nations have taken on a different form, but the fundamental goal has prevailed. Allow no more to Muscovite Russian rule. The second stage, Western technology. If understanding the first stage requires simply observation, the second stage, the dual threat of Western technology to the Russian Empire, is likewise evident to all. The West has managed to create everything from reusable space vehicles to computers very nearly capable of artificial intelligence. President Reagan's SDI, Strategic Defense Initiative, promises to push the West into further innovation. The breakthroughs in communications are particularly impressive and important. A specific example comes to mind as graphic proof. When the two Korean airliners, one in 1979 and one in 1983, strayed on into Soviet airspace, the West listening devices were sophisticated enough to pick up the conversations between the Russian pilots and their home bases. With such sophistication, it is clear that the Iron Curtain's airways are open to manipulation from the West. One needs big imagination to foresee a time then the West will be able to broadcast television programs to any part of the Russian Empire through the use of satellites, and if jammed, will be capable to counter-jamming. However, given such a vulnerability, it is clear that the Russians can effectively respond in only one way: to engage in a massive high-technology program of their own. Gorbachev, upon ascending to the Russian imperial throne, has already indicated as much. He has recently asserted that every school must stress training in cybernetics. But in doing so, he has accepted the devil's alternative. Again, one needs little imagination to see how vulnerable the Russian Empire would be if broader access in technology were allowed. If nothing else, Khomeini's tactics against the Shah immediately come to mind. The third stage, the liberation struggle and Western technology. To move from the second stage to the third stage, full access to Western technology by the liberation movements within the subjugated nations of the Russian Empire will help awaken and coordinate revolutionary struggles for national liberation has not yet become a reality. But let us contemplate its possible direction and possible outcome. A real hint is available in the case of Poland solidarity. On the one hand, thanks to the radio broadcasts from the West, the strikes and action in Gdańsk spread throughout Poland. On the other hand, the Polish Zomo was able to paralyze solidarity by shutting down telephone services. Technology was instrumental in both events. Let us translate this scenario into a future when the West has made this technology available to it. Radio broadcasts should be enhanced by television broadcasts. Such broadcasts would allow increased coordination and stimulation, particularly if they enable emigrant groups to hold up the symbols of national unity to those behind the Iron Curtain. Furthermore, in situation of revolutionary upheaval, the Bolsheviks would find the tactic of shutting down telephones ineffective. If New Kremlin spawned communications between various localities could be left open via Western satellites. The point seems clear. Through its technological aid, the West could give a new dimension to the resistance of nations subjugated by Moscow by making it truly mass-based. In my conclusion, if the resistance becomes massive enough, the Soviet Russian Empire should conceivably crumble without the West firing a shot. The whole idea, in the final analysis, depends on the critical issue that the West recognize the subjugated nations as its strongest allies. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your kind attention. Please be all up standing and drink the toast to the European Freedom Council.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Stecько, sir, what can I add? Absolutely nothing to the speech which explains it all in relation to the Soviet technology, to its advancement, to Mr. Gorbachev and his smiling face at Geneva, which I am sure you will agree with me that his smiling face is no more or less than being just a peace-loving actor. The fireside summit may have warmed the feet of the President and Mr. Gorbachev, but millions upon millions of innocent people are freezing to death in Siberia. How appropriate it was for Mr. Stecьko to elaborate on technology, on know-how, on computers that Soviet Russia, Mr. Gorbachev, would wish to acquire from the West. But how little do we note that the citizens in Soviet Union, and again, please forgive me if I don't repeat all the countries because we all know, many of them are starving, undernourished, overworked, overpaid, and tyrannized. And here we've got a gentleman who knows better than any of us, and he spoke, I am convinced, not only to us, but if only the world press gave a fraction attention to Mr. Stecьko's speech as it gave to the two leaders, 3,000 plus journalists are waiting for no news. And here, in the past 20 minutes or so, the news that we have had, the speech that we have had, I am convinced would awaken many, many of our people in the Soviet Union and behind the Iron Curtains. Sir, we are grateful to you for having got the strength, the stamina, and the will, knowing that you got so much commitments throughout the world, and you have persevered in this weekend to be present on so many occasions right throughout the weekend, and here you are delivering a lecture which I am sure will be remembered for a very, very long time. Once again, sir, thank you from the bottom of our hearts, and long may you continue. And now, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, I'm going in reverse. Colleague parliamentarians, usually the third in pronouncement. I did omit it to introduce to you our dear friend, John Wilkinson, Member of Parliament, when I introduced right from the beginning all our guests. I am not sorry knowing that that wasn't planned, that he is sitting on my left. But all I would like to say about John, that I mean this sincerely, that I am delighted and really happy to know that I have the privilege and pleasure to serve with him in the House of Commons. He is a vintage parliamentarian, not only because his qualifications and his knowledge that he possesses and experience that he has gained, but also because he is dedicated not just to the House of Commons, and he is not dedicated to his own personal life, but he is dedicated worldwide for freedom, for democracy on our behalf. When I say ours, you may well question the validity of my interpretation, because I am British, naturalized, not nationalized, and a member of Parliament, secured, and therefore why I should say ours. And I tell you why. Because my family still suffers in the Ukraine, in Siberia, and millions like my families are still suffering. Therefore I am saying ours, and John is dedicated on their behalf that with God's help, one day they will be free. And knowing also very, very well that we have not only John, but so many other members of Parliament, and here it's a perfect example of Gary Worrell, who, as I say, have taken the time off, knowing that the weekend for every member of Parliament is a very precious weekend, because not only that one holds surgeries in one's constituency, one visits factories and churches and schools and old people's homes, but whatever he has done during the day, and I'm sure he must have done quite a lot, here he is with us, and I was grateful to you personally about it. And so with pleasure that I will introduce to you Mr. John Wilkinson, Member of Parliament. Now, very briefly again, because it's much too much that I would like to say about him, and everything nice, by the way, but sufficient to say that Mr. Wilkinson has been a Member of Parliament since 1974. In September of 1982, he was elected President of the European Freedom Council. Mr. Wilkinson has been a delegate to the Council of Europe and the Western European Union since 1979. He is the author of numerous books and brochures on military and political topics. He has been a member of various parliamentary committees and has been active in the field of race relations through various parliamentary groups. And wherever he travels in Europe, or in America, or in Canada, he never forgets of mentioning the oppressed nations within the Soviet Union and the satellite states. And I am personally most grateful to him that he raised the subject so often in so many parts of the world and in the House of Commons in particular. Ladies and gentlemen, pray your silence for Mr. John Wilkinson, Member of Parliament, who is going to address us. Mr. Wilkinson, please.
The Honourable Yaroslav and Madam Stecько, Reverend Father, Stefan Terlecki, Gary Waller, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We've been very privileged this evening. I think we've heard a historic speech from one of the great men of our time. Yaroslav Stecьko's remarks were, in my judgment, exceedingly perceptive, brilliantly analytical, and above all, forward-looking. So many people, when they fight one battle or conclude one campaign, they have an instinct to consolidate. For Yaroslav and Madame Stecько, the instinct is always to carry on and to take the battle further towards the enemy. And I find that very inspiring. And I'm sure that we all, when we go back and have the proceedings before us, will do well to study Yaroslav's remarks. I'm glad, ladies and gentlemen, you didn't ask me to sing for my supper. It's an occupational hazard for politicians, but one of the delights of EFC, ABN, and captive nation functions is that there are usually what Stefan Terlecki delightfully terms as after proceedings. And after proceedings means singing and music. And I'm delighted. And I was also delighted not so long ago to be able to invite Stefan Terlecki to come down and talk to my ladies. Now, it's not everybody in the House of Commons that I invite down to talk to my ladies. And when I say what that means, I must explain that coming down to talk to my ladies means coming down to give an address to the Ruislip Northwood Conservative Association Ladies Branch. And Stefan Terlecki did that with immense authority and charm. He held them spellbound. He spoke without a note. He spoke from the heart. And above all, he spoke from a deep experience, which very few of us English can match. And I think there's a very clear parallel between Stefan and Yaroslav. Maybe this is almost an inappropriate expression, but I don't think so. And I don't think it will be taken amiss when I say, Stefan, that perhaps you are a disciple of Yaroslav. And we're all proud, Yaroslav, to march in your army. And I hope that I'm not the little Johnny who's always out of step. But I don't want to give you heavy meat after a most excellent dinner and before entertaining after proceedings. But I am asked to talk about the European response to the challenge of SDI. And challenge it is, at many levels. We have in Europe to overcome a blank wall of skepticism and cynicism. In the old continent, we often feel, we've seen it all before. There's a world weariness about us, a déjà vu attitude. A tendency may be to treat too lightly exciting challenges which our American friends grasp wholeheartedly and with both hands. And so it was with SDI. For our American brethren, and brethren they are because we are one Atlantic community, we are essentially one people, and one only has to be at a gathering like this to realize it. For our American friends, strategic defense is almost an ethical imperative. There is a moral dimension to it. The President is keen to move away in international relations from a mutual balance of terror, away from the doctrine of mutual assured destruction. And I think many of our peoples yearn for the day when their families, children, friends, cities, and civilization won't have to be held hostage in the awesome process of deterrence. Some say, and most of all the Soviet propagandists, that it is, on the contrary, morally wrong to militarize space and to use space technology for military purposes. But the Soviets, of course, for many a long year, have based their space program very largely on military objectives. And a very high proportion of the funding comes from their military budgets. And when people say that Star Wars, as they erroneously term it, is to militarize space, and when they rail and decry this process, they somehow inexplicably forget that ever since Werner von Braun and his team of brilliant scientists at Peenemünde on the Baltic coast evolved the V-weapons, space has been used for military purposes, and there is no more awesome example of man's capability to use space than the ballistic missile, which has, of course, quite changed the nature of international relationships and military strategy. Now, when we Europeans come to face the consequences of SDI, we wonder in what forum we should do it. Should we do it within the ambit of the EEC? But the European community is an economic arrangement. The Treaty of Rome has no security provisions. And anyway, there are members of the EEC like Ireland, which is neutral, and Greece, which is less than wholehearted in its commitment to the alliance, which would make an examination of SDI within the EEC inappropriate anyway. Then there's NATO. This is more suitable. But here again, the forum is so large, and it encompasses such a disparity of nations, from the Turks on the Bosphorus, who have no space or high technology capability of any substantial size, to the Norwegians, the Spaniards, the Danes, and so on. It would be very hard to achieve an identity of view from such a huge organization as NATO. And then there's the Western European Union, the Mutual Security Pact that actually predated NATO, an organization of 7 member countries: Benelux, Germany, France, Italy, and the United Kingdom. And this body is statutorily empowered and specifically tasked to deal with foreign policy and with defense. The Ministerial Council of WEU met in Bonn in April, only a few months after the much celebrated 30th anniversary relaunch of NATO, of WEU, and have come to no firm conclusions. And that's even after passing my report at the Assembly, which advocated very strongly that the WEU countries should evolve a joint response to SDI. Then, having discarded or been unable to come to a joint position in WEU or NATO, or certainly not in the common market, the Europeans are forced to fall back on national responses. And I'll take the 4 principal industrial powers of Western Europe. The UK position has firmed. Initially, there was great skepticism in the Foreign Office. Maybe our Mandarins are paid to be skeptical. And Sir Geoffrey Howe gave a speech at the Royal United Service Institute for Defence Studies about SDI, which quite candidly begged more questions than it answered. But in recent months, as the potential benefits of industrial partnership and technology have become plain, our Secretary of State has gone to Washington. The Prime Minister made a very forthright statement in favor of the research program at a meeting of both houses of Congress, and we've moved forward in the UK. So have our German friends. And quite honestly, the Federal Republic and the United Kingdom see more or less eye to eye on SDI. The French have a much more equivocal position. They have a position that is quite honestly unique within the alliance, in that ministerially, at a governmental level, they don't wish to lend official support to SDI. But of course, the industrialists are thrilled and delighted at the prospects of the contracts that they might win. And in WU, we had a first-rate conference on the défi spatial pour l'Europe, the space challenge for Europe, in Munich in September. And it was noteworthy to hear the French Minister for Science and Technology, the former Director General of CNES, the French National Space Agency, Monsieur Lucien Curien, give a speech where he had to toe the party line, because that's what it is, the line of the socialist government, which was critical of SDI. But the industrial spokesman from Aerospatiale, Marcel Dassault and so on, of course, were very keen that they should participate. And the Italians, too, have a certain ambivalence. Their government is again not willing to lend its imprimatur to SDI, but its industrialists, Salinia, Air Italia, Telespazio and so on, are again very keen. So I do believe that there is steady but modest progress being made within Europe to participate in SDI. But what is SDI? If you said to someone in the street, what's SDI? I expect 85% of them wouldn't have a clue. If you said, what's President Reagan's peace shield? I don't think they'd have a clue about that either. Star Wars, they would probably think it is the President's research program rather than the movie these days. But there is a problem over nomenclature, and it's a problem, of course, of the Soviets' concussion. The critics of SDI within Europe will say it is an effort just to build an umbrella over the United States. And the Americans couldn't give one whit for the security of their European or other allies. They will be safe in their American heartland, and the others can be attacked or go communist. Doesn't matter. The Americans will be safe, and that's all that worries them. This, of course, is totally removed from the truth. The truth is that it is a space-based defense system that's being researched, and the whole merit of a space-based defense system is that it is global in its application, particularly those elements of it that will be designed to intercept missiles in their boost phase and mid-course phases. Those will have intercontinental capabilities, and therefore the Americans will be providing a shield to ensure the peace of the world. And then anyway, what is so inherently wrong to seek to defend cities and peoples and our homelands against ballistic missile attack? No one criticized manned fighter forces when they were the defense of our nuclear deterrence, when our nuclear deterrence were the manned bomber bases of Strategic Air Command or British Bomber Command. That was regarded as perfectly natural. I would have thought myself that the more awesome the weapons of mass destruction, the more important it is to provide a defense for our peoples. It really is an extraordinary doctrine that they must be left forever and forever vulnerable. Then it's alleged that SDI will decouple, in jargon, Europe from the United States. Again, a red herring, literally a red herring. It will not do that. The great fear of the Europeans has always been that our American friends, in the ultimate scenario of aggression upon Europe, will not be prepared to invoke the US nuclear guarantee on our behalf for fear of the devastation of their own homeland. And that's why it has always been important, and de Gaulle and others have argued it, for the British and French to retain an independent national centre of nuclear decision this side of the Atlantic. But if the American people, and the political leadership, and the military commanders feel that to respond, even in a nuclear way, to a Soviet attack upon Western Europe will not be necessarily to render the whole of the American heartland vulnerable to a Soviet strategic nuclear response, then the Americans are more likely to be prepared to invoke the nuclear guarantee on our behalf, and of course, most important of all, the Soviets are less likely to attack in the first place, and therefore deterrence will be increased, not decreased, and the risk of war diminished and not increased. Then people say, oh, but deterrence has worked so well, and it will be destabilizing, the diplomats say, to go ahead after SDI and to build space-based or strategic defenses. But I don't think that the mutual balance of terror is something that has the wholehearted support of the majority of our electorates. One has only to see the peace movements on the march and to hear the critical commentators in the media to realize that the mutual balance of terror is something which people from churchmen to academics, from ordinary housewives to politicians, are rightly and understandably worried about. And the Soviets do their level best to destabilize anyway by trying to outstrip the West, both at an intermediate level and at a strategic level, by building up ever bigger offensive nuclear arsenals. So why is it going to be destabilizing to diminish the capability of those overweening offensive nuclear arsenals? Not going to be destabilizing. It will be a factor for stability and for peace. Then people will say, oh, but it's so expensive. Well, the arms race itself has proved massively expensive. With each generation, the degree of modernity and sophistication required of the delivery systems has augmented at a rate way above the level of inflation. And the cost of the proliferation of offensive systems is crippling. Now, if, albeit at great cost, we can deploy strategic defenses that are effective, then there will not be such a need for massive offensive systems, because the strategy now is very much counter-force rather than counter-city. And an adversary would try and knock out the West's retaliatory forces. Now, if that possibility is denied to him, then our retaliatory forces can be smaller. And at least there is a possibility for costs to be kept under control. Then they say, but it will accelerate the arms race. Well, as I've said, the arms race has been accelerating steadily, and the main impetus has been Soviet. And I believe that the Soviets will reach the point, if the US construct effective strategic defenses, where they will not be able either to afford to saturate the defenses or to improve their delivery systems to an extent that they will be able to penetrate the defenses, and therefore strategic defense will be a factor for arms control and mutual balance verifiable disarmament. And then, last but not least, people say, but it won't work. Well, if there's so much against it, it's such a bad thing, why are they so anxious if it won't work? But of course, this is very much to underestimate American capabilities. Who would have guessed when President Kennedy said that men should be on the moon by the end of the 60s, that they would actually achieve it? Our American friends, when they set objectives, they tend to realize them. And one is only to see the success of the homing overlay experiment over the Pacific, where a missile was shot down in mid-course, and to see the progress of the ASAP program, whereby anti-satellite missile launched by an F-15 actually works. One is only to see these and the success of the shuttle program to realize that strategic defense, American style, is more likely to succeed rather than the contrary. And that's why, of course, the Soviets are worried, because it's likely to succeed, not because it's likely to fail. And then we get into the area of atmospherics. People say, but if you go in for SDI, what will the Soviets think? It'll upset them. It will be provocative. You don't understand, they say, Soviet perceptions. The trouble is, I think, that the President of the United States and his advisors, particularly Mr. Weinberger, understand all too well what Soviet perceptions are. And what they see, they don't like. And what they see, they rightly have to guard against. And I don't think it should be a factor in our policy making, ladies and gentlemen, to tailor our policy to the misconceptions, to the propaganda, to the perversions of truth, and the falsehoods of the Soviets. Now, if they are trying to bamboozle their peoples into thinking that strategic defense is somehow a threat to them, we shouldn't encourage them with that process. So, when people suggest, ladies and gentlemen, that SDI is just a means of enabling President Reagan to do what he's always wanted to do, fight a nuclear war, launch a preemptive strike against the United States, we must really answer back this fanciful and slanderous propaganda. The annals of history are littered with the casualties of Soviet aggression, but our American friends have proved bastions for peace, and the refugees across the Iron Curtain, they're always going one way. We must indeed answer propaganda with truth. That's where the low frontier comes in. It's a hearts and minds campaign that we have, I think, sharpened this weekend. And it's a hearts and minds campaign that is, in essence, so easy. Why should people look at the crystal ball when they can read the book? Or, as was said so much more eloquently by General Jack Singlaub the day before yesterday, there's the KAL 007 episode, the starving people in Ethiopia, the invasion of Afghanistan, the refugees, and so on. We have plenty of examples to bring before them. We don't need any criminologists to explain what the truth is. But we do need to launch an offensive in this area of psychological warfare, and no one has put it better than Yaroslav Stecько. I think we ought to engage not in active measures necessarily only, but in negative measures too. By negative measures I mean no grain sales to the Soviet Union, no technology transfer, no sanctioning of big commercial deals that build up the strategic industrial potential of the Soviet Union, no easy credits, no energy purchases, big gas deals that provide the hard currency and so on which enable them to buy arms. We've got to maintain the liberation struggle because it has been seen that communism can be rolled back. And like a carpet, it's rolled back often from the edges most effectively. And one has seen how vulnerable they actually are. We've seen, for example, Grenada turned into a democracy. We have seen the Russians expelled from Egypt. We have seen the Soviet influence removed from Somalia. There are other examples too, and it can be done. And no one knows more about how it can be done and put it across more effectively than the Stecькos and General Jack Singlaub and Dr. Morgan and Mr. Murphy and all the other fine speakers that we had. I do think that we've also got, and this is my concluding thought, to guard our home base. It's all very fine constructing strategic defenses. All very fine encouraging the liberation struggle and rolling communism back. But it's no good if we're going rotten at home. And this is why I was so impressed by the youth panel. I think it was one of the outstanding contributions of an outstanding conference. It's no good letting the likes of the militant tendency, Arthur Scargill, Mr. Hatton and co in this country literally run riot. It's no good seeking soft and easy options, because in so many Western countries, the hard left, the Marxist-Leninists, are let into power by default, because the forces mobilized against socialism and communism are often split. And this is a fatal weakness. The communists know well the validity of the old Roman imperial maxim, divide et impera. So to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I do hope that you will feel that the theme of our conference has been valid. I do hope and feel that you will go back, as I will, to the daily round of work and duty, inspired, better equipped, with a deeper understanding, trained to this liberation struggle. But before I conclude, I would just like to do a very small little thing, a tiny personal gesture. Yaroslav and Slava are very special people in every way. And one of the ways in which they are particularly special is that they're not shy of their beliefs. They stand up for all they believe in, and they challenge us to do likewise. And the causes that they espouse are written deep on their hearts. And the cause, of course, is liberation of the captive nations, the defeat of communism, and the establishment of democracy and freedom in countries which know them not. So, in this 400th anniversary year of the city of Westminster, where we're actually dining tonight, I would like to present symbols of the Mother of Parliament, the House of Commons, the Westminster badge, both to Yaroslav, a pendant to wear around her neck, close to her heart, and some cufflinks for Yaroslav, because like the fine man that he is, he has his heart, as we say, on his sleeve. Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of nations associated with the name of Yaroslav and Slava Stecько.
excellent speech, may I apologize for my neglect and omission not to introduce right from beginning the Reverend Father Leszczyszyn, who is with us here this evening. I am sincerely sorry. Father Leszczyszyn. Ladies and gentlemen, John, what can I say? After all, John is an expert on military affairs and military issues. He said so not just this evening, but he speaks throughout the weeks, throughout the months, throughout the years in many parts of the world. You may or you may not know that he also is a fighter pilot in his own right, a test pilot and an instructor. So who knows better than to talk on military issues? He spoke so much about defenses and offenses and on the SDI. I am sure that you all will agree that the SDI does not stand for Star War. It is not designed to shoot any stars whatsoever, except the Red Star, and I'm not against it. John? John, I am most grateful on behalf of everybody here present. Thank you very, very much indeed. Also knowing how busy you are and how busy have you been doing this week and this weekend. And here you are amongst us, as usual, not only supporting us, but giving us a lecture on military issue and military affairs as they are presented to us on both sides of the Atlantic and Soviet Union, USA, Europe, and the Soviet Union. And all I would say to you, John, please try to give this type of lectures to as many people as possible so that Mr. Gorbachev and his geriatrics in Kremlin will never be in a position to convince our free and democratic people that they are right and we are wrong. On the contrary, we are right and they always will be wrong. Well, I never had any opportunities to untie any ribbons except at Christmas Day from under the Christmas tree when my children say, "Father, will you open so-and-so ribbon because I want to know whether it is my present or not?" And I do it gladly as a Father Christmas. Well, here, I'm not a Father Christmas, I can assure you. But with mystery, curiosity, and indeed a pleasure, I'm going to untie this yellow ribbon over the scroll, which I don't know what it contains, and I am not even so sure who is going to receive it. Nevertheless, life is full of mystery and curiosity, and I am just as curious as everybody here present. My goodness. Award of Merit presented to Honorable John Wilkinson, Member of Parliament, for outstanding support of the liberation struggle of Ukraine and other subjugated nations for national independence and human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, on your behalf, I shall pass this scroll to our dear friend, Mr. Yaroslav Stecько, who will officially present this scroll to Mr. John Wilson, Member of Parliament. Well, life is full of surprises. How little did Mr. John Wilkinson know when he rested his notes literally like this when he was checking his notes, that this excellent sculpture is going to be presented to him as well. And it is our own Cardinal Joseph Slipay, Patriarch, who I'm sure I have not need to explain to you the background of this great Christian man. I'm sure that I also do not need to explain to John about our great Christian leader who regrettably passed from us in 1984. Sufficient to say that for 18 years of his life he was tortured, tyrannized, oppressed in slave labor camps in Siberia, and with God's help he managed to survive because he believed in God, he believed in justice, and he believed in freedom. If we follow his example, which I'm sure we all do, then justice will prevail, and all the people, like he and us, are praying for to receive this justice from God, will be one day fulfilled. John, I am very pleased and honored to present you this beautiful statuette. Ladies and gentlemen, on some lighter note, and I am sure that an evening like this must not go without have some of lighter but also appreciative. I am not putting it in a true sense of the word, but an entertainment, because some could be very nostalgic, some could be entertaining. Nevertheless, that doesn't matter. What matters is that we are looking forward to Mrs. Lilia Zobens, a Latvian soloist who is going to sing for us, and Mr. Leslie East, who is going to accompany her on the piano. Mrs. Zobens.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As I understand, there are very few Latvian speakers present. I think I'd better tell you a little about the two songs I'm going to sing. There are two Latvian folk songs in arrangement by Wolfgang Zārziņš. I don't know what in the Ukraine, who or what brings sleep to young babies, but in Latvia it's usually the little mouse in a creaking cart. And so you'll understand the first song is a lullaby, but don't worry, it's never worked on my daughter yet. Probably won't do it now either. The little mouse will bring sleep. Please bring sleep to our house because we have lots of children here. A little handful for this one, a handful for that one. But for little Johnny, a great big scoop, please. A young man who goes out riding on his bay horse looking for a wife. First he rides to the rich mother's daughter, but he finds her having an argument with her mother, and as this doesn't bode well for a happy married life, he decides to go looking elsewhere, and he goes to the little orphan girl's house, and he finds her very industriously sweeping out the house, so he decides to take her for his bride, and he asks her, "Be my bride, be the keeper of my house keys."
me, ladies and gentlemen, that behind a beautiful voice there is always a beautiful lady. And behind a very good and reliable piano there is always a strong man. I'm sure that the second song, which was sung so beautifully and so melodically by Mrs. Dobbins, we all have our problems with our mothers and our mother-in-laws after the marriage, one way or another. Thank you so much. It's absolutely magnificent. And the way you are dressed in your national costumes is absolutely magnificent. Thank you very much. And now we will change the language, but also carrying on with the entertainment. Namely, we will have Dr. Lubomir Mazur, Mr. Babech, Mr. Luchka, and Mr. Hneletia, a Ukrainian Bandura quartet, who will sing 4 Ukrainian songs.
The first two items in our appearance tonight were Cossack melodies, Cossack marching songs, and continuing with this fighting theme, we'd like to sing for you an item popularized by the Ukrainian insurgent army. In Ukrainian it is called Soloveiku Lubi Brate, and we freely translate this as Dearest Nightingale Sing On.